David Price powered his way through the Indians lineup. Tonight, James Shields looks to feed off Price's big game and shut down Seattle's slugging roadshow. The Rays and the Mariners next on Sun Sports. Tonight, the Rays homestand continues from Tropicana Field. The third team in will be the Seattle Mariners, and tonight is the first game of a three-game series. After dividing the four-game series with Cleveland right down the middle, the Rays are a game back in the wild card race. The Angels atop and the Rays a game back of Detroit. Baltimore and Oakland each a half game back. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to an evening of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson. I'm Dwayne Statz. So good to have you with us tonight. We'll be hearing from Todd Callis in just a few moments. Rays coming off a 6-0 win yesterday, 11 hits. They continue to try to be creative with their offense. With that in mind, B.J. Upton has gone back into the leadoff spot. He's been there 7 times this year, and through that Cleveland series, it certainly paid dividends the last couple games.
Yeah, and it still holds true. When B.J. Upton is productive, the Rays win, or is it the other way around? Regardless, you want to see this guy up in that leadoff spot getting on base. You see what he did against the Indians, 5 out of 13, had the 4 RBIs, the 3 big ones yesterday to blow that game open. Went a long way with David Price in earning that victory for the Rays. But this is a guy, when he's productive up there, he gets on base. He's always a threat of a stolen base. You start to divide the mind of the pitchers, and when he can get out there, get on base, make things happen, that bodes well for this Rays ball club.
So the Rays take on the Mariners. They swept this ball club the last time they were here at Tropicana Field. Have yet to make a visit to Seattle. And tonight, they'll send James Shields to the mound, trying to get them off on the right foot here in this 3-game set. When we come back, Todd Callis zeroes in on big game. tonight brought to you by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer today for great deals on the amazing lineup of Toyota vehicles. Toyota, moving forward. By AT TBA, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. By Tires Plus, the plus is in everything we do. And by the new summer barbecue menu at Burger King. Let's have a barbecue today. Rays swinging back into action against Seattle. Big game James t-shirts available. With that in mind, here's Todd Callis.
Thank you, Dwayne. As the Rays get ready for the Mariners on this Friday night, the trend for James Shields against Seattle, first 7 starts in his career, very good. Last 4, not so much. And the Toyota trend that we're going to look at now, this season, again, earlier on in the season, much better than later on, as James Shields in his first 6 starts, look at that, 5 wins, ERA just above 3, 16.3 pitches per inning. That's a little high compared to last year, but still better than his last 13, 3-6, 5.14. The pitches up per inning. And Jim Hickey, his pitching coach, talks about where he needs to be to get things turned around.
I think as he ends at bats a little bit earlier, that's one of the focuses, one of the things that we talked about. As he ends at bats a little bit earlier, I think you'll see him a lot more efficient in pitching deeper into games. And I guess the point I was trying to make is he's in a little bit of a slump right now. He's really not broken. He's just having a little bit of a tough time, and I would expect to see him really good again here really soon.
So maybe it starts tonight as the Rays open up this weekend series against the Mariners. James Shields against Hisashi Iwakuma. Dwayne Stats and Brian Anderson with all the action right around the corner right here on Sun Sports. Enjoy, everyone.
High definition brought to you by H.H. Gregg. Rays have taken the field. Let's take a look at the Seattle lineup tonight. Justin Ackley's going to lead it off, followed by Ichiro Suzuki and Casper Wells in center. He's been swinging a hot bat. The DH is the former Ray, John Jaso. Jesus Montero will do the catching. Kyle Seager is at third base. Justin Smoke hits 7th at first. Carlos Bagaro in here hitting 8th and playing left. And the shortstop, the number 9 hitter.
Now taking the mound this evening for the Tampa Bay Rays is going to be right-hander James Shields, making his 20th start of the season. You see the season numbers there. James looking to get things going in the right direction. It's not been easy for him. Last 5 starts, 1 and 2, a 6.54 earned run average, a lot of pitches per inning. He's looking to get some early outs in early counts tonight.
We are all set to play baseball. Ackley in there. And the first pitch of this game presented by Pinch-A-Penny. Lifted into short right field. Joyce waiting for that one to come down. And he makes the catch for the out.
Well, that's what you have in mind right there. 1 pitch, 1 out. Can't do any better than that. Absolutely.
And that has been a major contrast for Shields this year compared to a year ago. His pitches per innings averaging a little over 17 pitches per inning this season, among the highest in the American League. Last year he averaged a league low 14.3 pitches per inning. There's a strike to Ichiro.
Yeah, let me ask you something. If you were to describe James Shields, if somebody last year came to you and said, what kind of pitcher is James Shields, what would you have said?
Pitch inside, 1-1.
You know, you would have said, this is a fastball changeup guy. He gets ahead of you, changeup, occasional curveball. It's becoming more of a weapon as the season goes on. If somebody asked you this year, what kind of pitcher is James Shields? What's he do?
Well, fastball is the pitch of last resort.
Right. You wouldn't be able to pigeonhole him into any kind of structure. Like there's just nothing up to this point in the last couple of months that's been established. You really wouldn't be able to describe him as a pitcher. You're like, well, he'll cut it and throw the fastball and change up the curveball and
throws everything
and all at equal percentages. Actually, his changeup, he's thrown his changeup more than any other pitch out there. Lowest fastball percentage in Major League Baseball by a wide margin.
And there's a line drive, base hit. That's going to go all the way back to the wall off the changeup. Ichiro around second. He's digging for 3 and will make it easily. A stand-up triple for Ichiro. So just like that, the Mariners have a threat going here in the first.
Well, here's the pitch, and Ichiro just stays down and through that baseball. You see him with the finish almost just directed out there into right center field. And then once it gets by BJ playing shallow, got to run a long way for it. Ichiro with too much speed. Got to get into third.
Well, that's the other thing about this Seattle Mariners ball club this year. They haven't been able to score at all, it seems, at home. But on the road, it's a completely different story. So they're averaging over 5 runs a game on the road. And that ball is fair. Wells takes it up the right side. He's digging for 2. Ichiro has scored to make it 1-0 on the double by Casper Wells. Just like that, the Mariners have a run.
Well, out there attacking early in the count. We saw it from Ackley. And now Wells here. Fastball. It's out over the plate. Barely keeps his ball fair. But it is. When you think of it, too, when you think about the difference in the Mariners home and on the road offensively, it's such a wide disparity that you really have to believe that the mental part of it plays into it. Where you're at Safeco Field saying, well, this is a pitcher's park. The ball doesn't carry here. And it starts to wear on you mentally because the difference is huge.
Oh, and you just go up and down their roster and look at their hitters, what they've done home and road, averaging 2.86 runs a game in their home ballpark and a little over 5 runs a game on the road.
They're hitting under 200 at home.
That's right. Hitting 196 at home and 261 on the road. And the pitch to John Jaso is down. In fact, right now, they've scored twice as many runs with this one that they've just scored twice as many runs on the road as they have at home.
And just about the same number of games. Not like there's a huge disparity.
And Jaso hit by that pitch. So Jaso will head to first. A 1-out triple by Ichiro, a double by Wells, and Jaso hit on the elbow by that pitch.
Inside of the left elbow. I think Shields was asking if that wasn't a foul ball. It certainly sounded like it, but it definitely caught Jaso right on the forearm, elbow area.
sounded like a foul ball,
sure
didn't it?
Did. Tough guy. Oh, look at the beard. Because that says Pacific Northwest.
Jesus Montero, the pitch is down. Well, Jaso loves to camp, and it appears that he has been camping out.
Yeah, does not have a place in the Seattle area. He's in the off Mount Rainier base camp.
There's a strike at the knees to the Seattle catcher. Mariners with a run in the first, just underway.
This guy's red hot.
Oh, what a series he had in Kansas City.
All 4 games, multi-hit games. There's the numbers on his 5-game hitting streak. He, of course, is another hitter that 316 or thereabouts on the road, 206 at home, maybe 312 on the road.
And he fouls it, takes the count to 1 ball, 2 strikes. How about this breakout, home and road? You know, the ball will carry better to right field in their home park at Safeco than left. And, you know, as you mentioned, it gets into their heads because, as we all know, hitters talk.
Oh, yeah. And it's the same way you and I were talking about it. It's the same way where a hitter could be in a terrible slump. But when I was playing out in Arizona, you'd go to Colorado, and all of a sudden everybody had confidence because you're playing at Coors Field. Just by virtue of the park, you had confidence.
And there is strike 3 call. Ryan Runge rings up Montero for out number 2.
Oh, there was a whole process to that ring up, too. There was a step back, an arm up, an arm down, a lot going on here. Great pitch by Shields. Oh, front door cutter.
Yeah, we might see this move on the dance floor later somewhere tonight.
Yeah, Callis and his tie.
Yep.
Now give it to me. Yeah.
I can see Todd reenacting that.
I've seen Todd reenact that.
Well, here's Kyle Seager.
Same night he was stepping over chairs.
This pitch fouled out of play. Strike 1. Seager with 11 home runs, and a couple of those off Shields. Up here with runners at first and second, a run home and 2 outs. And the pitch inside. Last time Shields faced this club, Seager had a home run in the first and then hit one in the 6th inning off him. No doubt.
Yeah, dislocation down and into a left-handed hitter. He's shown you in those 2 at-bats. Puts good swings on the ball down there.
The fastball misses away. 2 balls and a strike. The numbers for Seager against Shields: 4 of 6 with a couple of home runs. Now he's behind him, 3-1. And ball 4. That will load the bases. So Wells goes to third, Jaso up to second, and Seager draws the walk. Bases are loaded, and Justin Smoke scheduled to be the hitter. Jim Hickey makes an early visit to the hill.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time we've seen this. Jim Hickey out so early, especially with James Shields. But this is a big part of the game. I mean, obviously 2 outs in the first inning, but a big part of the game for me because of the confidence of James Shields. You know, right now he is going through a rough patch where he has struggled a little bit, and so, you know, the last thing that you need is a big hit here by Smoke, and all of a sudden it's a 3 or 4 nothing game in the top of the first.
Yeah, so a pivotal hitter already.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things in this game.
This Rays ball club is going to play meaningful October baseball. James Shields is going to have to be a big part of it.
Well, here is Smoke, the switch hitting first baseman. 13 home runs, 10 of those coming from the left side. And the breaking ball to start him, and that's in there for a strike down around the knees. Lefty righty splits for Smoke. Cut and a miss. Breaking ball again.
Pretty apparent what James Shields is trying to do right here. Keep the ball away from Smoke. Off speed, a couple of very good curveballs.
This one is down. It's blocked by Molina. So Shields staying with the breaker. Shields trying to get through the first, limit the damage to just the 1 run. Swing and a miss. He stayed with a curveball. 4 curveballs to strike out Smoke. 1 run scores. Rays coming in to hit.
With an early run on the board, tonight's game is available in Espanol via SAP, brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida.
Well, the Rays down by a run, and here is the lineup put together by Joe Madden. Again, B.J. Upton leads off with Carlos Pena, number 2. Ben Zobrist hits third in front of Matt Joyce, back in there. Jeff Keppinger, then Luke Scott, the DH. Desmond Jennings continues to bat 7th. Jose Molina, 8th, and Sean Rodriguez at short, batting 9th.
Taking the mound tonight for the Seattle Mariners is going to be right-hander Hisashi Iwakuma, making his 3rd start of the season, primarily a starter, or full-time starter over in Japan. Came over to Seattle this year, his rookie year, worked out of the pen, and was moved in to the rotation beginning of July.
And here is Upton swinging at that first pitch and fouling it right back. A fastball in around 89 to start the bottom of the first. Upton took a healthy cut at that first pitch from Iwakuma. Mariners right-hander, 31 years old, 31 in April. Upton jabbing at that pitch, trying to bunt it. Missed it, 0-2.
Well, we've seen two of the pitches in the arsenal. Iwakuma will throw the fastball, the slider, also has a split. He loves to go to when he's ahead in the counter with 2 strikes, and also the occasional curveball.
Here's the 2-strike pitch. BJ chops it down the third base side, foul. Upton a good day yesterday in the leadoff spot with 3 hits, a couple of 2-base hits, 3 runs batted in and a run scored. And it's too low. 2 strikes. Two and 2.
BJ able to work this count back to even. This is a pitcher here, Iwakuma, that is going to be more effective. Obviously pitching ahead in the count, not overpowering.
The Tapper foul. Still 2-2.
You know, it's amazing too when you look over his numbers. You see that last start against the Texas Rangers. Actually, in his 2 starts that he's made this year, both of them he's gone 5 innings, but he's thrown just over 40 innings this year for the Mariners. 20 walks, or actually 21 walks, and he does it on 15 pitches an inning. That's not easy to do.
And there's strike 3 call. That pitch just catching the zone around the knees. A fastball down. Upton caught looking.
Yeah, low rider right there by Iwakuma, keeping this ball on a level plane at the bottom of the zone, right to the outside corner. Nice pitch. Very nice pitch. And you see the majority of those pitches down in the zone. That's the other area that he has to work in order to be successful.
Now it's Carlos Pena. Iwakuma's last dominant year really in Japan was 2008. Pena bunts through the pitch, the shift on, that's a strike. He was 21-4 with a 187 earned run average, and in recent years has had a little shoulder issue. The Oakland A's won the right to negotiate with him back in November of 2010 and could not come to an agreement. Pitch is foul back, 0-2.
Well, in tonight's game and all season long, Tires Plus will donate $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports and Fox Sports Florida.
Seattle with a run in the first. Pena down 0-2. 1 out, bases empty in the Rays half. It's down and in. A ball and 2 strikes. Pitch into Pena. Ball 2, and that's going to square the count. 2-2.
And by the way, this is just a reminder of the Miller Lite Taste Greatness moment later in tonight's game.
Mania waiting for the right-hander's 2-2 pitch. And that's down and in. So we have a full count. Pena got down, now the count full. And there is ball 4. So a 1-out walk. Pena heads to first. Ben Zobrist heads to the plate. And Kyle Seager will head from the right side of the infield back to the left side of the infield. But he's still going to be well off the third base bag the way the Mariners will set up the defense this time. Ben Zobrist up there. The pitch is a strike. Center field, a base hit. Pena heads to third. Wells throw to third, hits Pena in the back. Into second base goes Zobrist, and the Rays have 2 men in scoring position on a line drive base hit into center by Zobrist. He takes second on the throw to third, and it got Pena in the back as he went sliding in.
Yeah, this ball right off the end of the bat. Then just flips it out into center field, and Carlos Pena aggressively heading to third. The throw by Wells looked like they had a shot to get him, but the ball gets tangled up in Carlos Pena. Up the leg, off the back, and he gets in safely. Ben Zobrist alertly moves up to second base. He's with a great shot here in first.
Here's Matt Joyce. They'll shift for Joyce with Ryan, the shortstop, back and on the first base side of second. The first pitch is a breaking ball. It's in too high. 1-0. So the Mariner infield has had a variety of shifts on for Pena, Zobrist, and Joyce in this game so far. Too low. 2-0. The Mariner defense, by the way, has been very good. They've been charged with only 35 errors all year. Seager at third, Ryan the shortstop, Ackley the second baseman, Smoke over at first.
The all-hair team.
Line shot up the right side, foul, pulled beyond the bullpen and out of play.
You got Brendan Ryan out at short, Civil War general, nice. Saw Ackley at second, even Justin Smoke, just the regular hair, lots of it. Jaso, living on a mountain.
Two balls and a strike. Joyce pops it into short left. Figueroa coming in, and he makes the catch on the run. And until he made the catch, you still weren't quite sure.
Absolutely, and that's, you know, when you play the shift over there, Seager's the only one on the left side of the infield. That ball is popped over his head at an odd angle, so Figueroa's got to come in and try to make this play. You see, he's out there somewhat deep. A lot of room for that to fall, and he's got to come hard.
Ryan, who was positioned on the first base side of second base, tried to get out there but had no play on it. 2 outs. It's up to Jeff Keppinger. 2 men in scoring position for Keppinger, hitting .316 on the year. It's low and outside. Opening breaking pitch to Keppinger. Seattle scored in the first. The double by Wells scored Ichiro, who had tripled with one out in the first. Pena's at third. Zobrist at second for the Rays in the bottom of the first. There's ball 2. 2-0. Iwakuma here in the first inning has shown the Rays about all of his pitches and just about any pitch on any count.
Sounds familiar.
Here's the 2-0 to Keppinger. And that's a strike. Caught the knees.
Yeah, Jeff there in a 2-0 count. Boy, he's looking for a pitch out over the plate where he could try to do some damage here and drive in a couple of runners. That was just too high quality there by Iwakuma. Right at the knees, right in the outside corner.
The 2-1 pitch. And that's in there for strike 2. The count squares. Rays threaten. 2 men on, 2 men out, 2-2 the count to Keppinger. And now a full count. Baseball ran away. 3-2. Year-old right-hander Iwakuma, born in Tokyo. He pitched for the Japanese national team in the Olympics in Athens in 2004. Now the 3-2. Keppinger fouls it, forcing another 3-2 pitch. Iwakuma, after not signing with Oakland in that November period in 2010, eventually wound up signing with the Mariners this past January. Now the 3-2 and a foul ball one more time. So Iwakuma running a high pitch count in the first. Shields made 22 pitches. Iwakuma up to 26 right now. And a cut and a miss. Keppinger missed the fastball and strikes out, leaving men at second and third. We go to the second. 1-0 Seattle. The second inning, Rays left a couple men in scoring position in their half after Seattle picked up the first inning run, and Carlos Peguero will lead it off here. And how about those numbers against the Rays in 4 games, and a large amount of that damage done at the expense of James Shields. Pitch is a strike call. As good a season as Shields had last year, he did run into trouble against the Mariners. And Peguero got him twice in the same game. There's a one-hopper handled by Zobrist, and the throw to first is in time. That ball had some wicked top spin on it, and Zobrist managed to corral it and make the play.
That ball knocked Ben Zobrist down. He had to go down to try to get a glove on it, create some sort of an angle. You see him play that ball off to the side because of the action on it and how hard it was hit. Very nice play. You got to really trust those hands. Good hand-eye coordination. Make that play.
Shields appreciative of Zobrist's defensive work right there. Brendan Ryan. The pitch is a strike. In fact, Shields last year with that great season, he was 16-12 with 11 complete games. There goes the bat into the Seattle dugout. The ball was fouled to the base of the stands, and that'll upset some of Ryan's teammates.
Well, here we go. This ball running in, and oh boy, he gets some good carry on it. Look out. Right off the top of the dugout.
Two strikes the count. And the bat goes flying again into the dugout on a swing and a miss. So Brendan Ryan taking aim at somebody in his own dugout. Landed that one in there as he strikes out.
Between the bat toss twice and the strikeout, that bat should get destroyed. Just crack it and be done with it. Good changeup here by Shields, way out in front, and there that bat goes again, almost the same spot.
The pitch to Ackley's in there for a strike. Well, he's the guy Lou Brock, and the visit we had with Lou in Seattle referenced him as a little bit of an edge walker. He's walking the edge with some of his teammates right now, scattering them in the Mariners dugout. Tap foul. It's 1-2.
Well, here it is again. Look out. Well prepared this time. Look how quickly got out of that area.
And there's a strike at the knees. Ackley caught looking. So we'll head into the bottom of the second with the Rays down 1-0. game heads into the home half of the second inning. And Luke Scott's going to lead off, and as he prepares to step in, Kyle Seager heads to the right side of second base. In fact, he's playing what would be the second base spot. Ackley goes into shallow right, and Ryan, the shortstop, alone on the left side, and Scott puts down the bunt. He's going to have himself a base hit. Ryan over to pick it up near the third base bag, and Luke Scott bunts his way aboard against the shift.
Now, Luke Scott will do this, and he's very good at it. He got a good pitch to handle, too. Up. He's kind of floating in there. You get a good look at it. Put the bunt down, take your base hit. You know, a lot of times you don't like to see a guy bunt with the shift on, but Luke Scott is not so much a power hitter that, hey, if he wants to take a base hit, go right ahead. You'd rather have him do it than Carlos Pena. Yeah,
and he's leading off. The Rays had a couple of men on in the first. You get a leadoff guy on in the second, trying to build an inning. Here's Desmond Jennings. The pitch is down, a fastball. Ball, no strikes. We saw the third strike call on Ackley in the top of this inning, and he thought it was a little wide. In fact, it looked as if it might have been, but Brian Runge's pretty consistent. He will widen that plate a little bit, but he's consistent with it. There goes Scott. The pitch is lifted into left. Figueroa's going to make the catch, and Luke heads back to first. Still there with one out.
So that's one thing that we've seen lately is Joe Maddon start to get aggressive again with guys on base. You know, for the longest time, you know, the Rays were actually trailing in the American League in the stolen base category. They ended up taking that over, but really not that many attempts. But boy, lately, Joe once again starting to crank it up. A little action on that. Jose Molina picked up a stolen base yesterday, although rumor has it there was no sign. He did that on his own, which is even more impressive.
Well, he just read the situation. They weren't paying any attention at all to it. And now Jose Molina up here takes that pitch for a strike. Molina swiped that base in the second inning of the game yesterday. I like B.J. Upton's quote. He's looking at the umpires or the catcher. He goes, "Did that really happen?" It's happened before. His percentage pretty good for his career. Pitch is down to Molina. The count is 1-1. Iwakuma, 41-year-old right-hander. Foul ball back. Iwakuma with the sore shoulder last year in Japan limited him to 119 innings, 17 starts. He was 6-7. In his good years, he was a little over 200 innings. Did not have surgery on the shoulder. Now ahead of Molina. And a foul ball off Molina's foot. Redirected it off his foot back to the mound, and Iwakuma went back to second for a play on Scott, but that's a foul ball.
And that's the right thing to do if you're Iwakuma. Don't assume anything. Umpires will eventually let you know. You continue with the play instead of, you know, even if you see that yourself, don't hold up. Luke Scott's going, and this is the right play. Start it. They'll let you know.
Yeah, and who knows, you might get a double play out of it. But it was a foul ball, properly called. Count holds at 1-2. And up the right side this time, beyond the bullpen, foul. The Rays Indians and the Mariners in here for the weekend series. The Rays will have Monday off, use that as a travel day, and they'll start a lengthy road trip. Runner goes, pitch hit on the ground is short. The flip to second out there, and Molina easily doubled up once they got the out at second base. 6-4-3. We are through 2, 1-0 Seattle.
This is game 8 of a 10-game homestand, which means a lot of time on the AstroTurf for outfielders Desmond Jennings and B.J. Upton, and Joe Madden says that's not ideal.
Desmond and B.J. really bothers me, and just trying to figure out a way to get them off their feet. That's 10 in a row. They're playing them all, a couple day games included. They've done a great job, both of them. So once we get on the grass, they'll feel fine. Once we get out to Baltimore and out the West Coast, they're going to be fine. But in the meantime, you just don't want to break them right here.
Joe said one of the issues is Matt Joyce not 100%, so he's not sure how. He might try and get him a rest. Tomorrow's left-hander. Joe likes to use the word reverse split, so you may see one of those guys get a day off tomorrow, but we'll see how it plays out. Back to you guys.
All right. Yeah, Matt Joyce back. Had a couple of games under his belt. Had a day off. He's back in there now. Stiffness and soreness that kept him out, but in the lineup in right field on the turf in this game to open the series.
Well, Ichiro Suzuki, let's look at the scouting report brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida. Model of consistency. I mean, since he's come to the big leagues, all he does is knock out 200 hit seasons.
Tries to bump, pops it up, and Molina takes care of that.
And what was the other one on there? Oh, the other one was get it close. 16 walks this year. Kick up the rosin bag. He's going to swing at it.
Yeah, how about that? You look at his on-base percentage.
Yeah, that was shocking.
292.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, this was, forever. Like I said, 200 hits a year. Yeah. You could just mark it down.
You'd think by accident he would hit 292, much less
have an on-base
percentage be just 292. Casper Wells chopping one to the left side. Rodriguez makes the play. A couple of quick outs here in the third inning for Shields. Don't forget, tomorrow night gets a little sweeter when Gavin DeGraw takes the stage following the Rays-Mariners game. Catch and perform all of his hits like I Don't Want to Be, Not Over You, and Sweeter. Concert free with the purchase of tickets to tomorrow night's game. Here's the former Ray, John Jaso. First pitch is a strike. Jaso coming into this series, hitting .280 in the Seattle uniform. And if not a mountain of a man, certainly looking like a mountain man.
I think he started growing that when they left here in early May. It's impressive.
Ground ball to the right side. Pena steps on the bag. 1, 2, 3. Go the Mariners. We go to the Rays. Half the third. 1-0 Seattle. Baseball tonight brought to you by your local Southern Ford dealers. By Sagicor. Plan a bright financial future today at SagicorLifeUSA.com. And by Subway Restaurants. Play hard, eat fresh. On to the home half of the third. Sean Rodriguez will lead off here. Followed by the top of the order, Upton and Pena. First pitch is upstairs. Iwakuma, the right-hander, making the start, his third for the Seattle Mariners, his 17th appearance overall for Seattle. Pitch popped up. Straight back of the plate. Montero lost it. Montero overran it a little bit as that ball started to come back.
Well, the first sign of trouble was the mask never came off. Usually that's the first thing catchers do. Clear that, get that out of the way so they can have a clear line of sight to the baseball. Montero, that didn't happen. He obviously had trouble picking it up and then went too far.
So Rodriguez gets another opportunity here. And he fouls it. Foul ball right back into the mitt of Montero on a fastball, and the count is 1-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Full count. Well, they ran a couple full counts in the first inning. And a quick second, and now 3-2 to Rodriguez to start the bottom of the third. Now one hopper to second. Ackley makes the pickup and throw. One away here. The bottom half of the third. So we'll swing back around to the top of the order. The Rays line up, getting their second look now at Iwakuma tonight. We mentioned last year Iwakuma had some shoulder issues down the middle of the season in Japan, and that's not the first time he's been bothered by that. He missed most of the season back in 06 with a shoulder injury, and then had elbow surgery in 07. Came back, had a great year in 08 over there. Swing and a miss by Upton. On strike.
Well, BJ got a hanger right there from Iwakuma and tried to hit that ball over the fence.
And missed the fastball. Follow that one up.
Yeah, he got tied up on that. That fastball at 91 on the inner half, a little bit elevated, and BJ just a little tied up there on that swing.
And when these pitchers get ahead in the count, they can work off the corners a little bit. See what happens now. The ground ball foul, and pitch coming in on him, and he breaks the bat.
Well, Iwakuma, Dwayne, he may not have your scouting report on Runge.
You'd think that, I know Carl Willis would.
Carl probably would. You're absolutely right. Very good pitching coach.
One of your favorites.
One of my absolute favorites. Yeah, he was a gem. He was a gem. Knows his stuff and very good at communicating, which I think is huge for a pitching coach. You got to be able to put it in the terms of the pitcher you're dealing with. Mm-hmm. It's not a one-stop shop for what, 12 guys on the staff. Mm-hmm. Got to be able to relate to all of them, and he can do that.
Swing and a miss. Upton out on strikes. Strikeout number 3 for Iwakuma.
Yeah, it looked like the split finger. There it is. Yep.
Boy, that's
split down to the zone.
Some dive.
Yeah, that's a nasty pitch, and that's why it's so important for him to pitch ahead in the count, because he loves that pitch. I mean, his percentage goes through the roof when he's ahead, and with 2 strikes, you know you're going to see it, and it's very tough to lay off of.
Base is empty, and Carlos Pena will bat. Carlos drew a walk his first time. The Rays a walk, 2 hits, no runs in the game. And Pena shows the bunt. Ball 1.
Well, this MLB on Fox season, Fox Sports is proud to support the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, a place where youth can reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. To learn more, please visit greatfutures.org/Fox Sports.
1-0 pitch to Pena. Cut and a miss. The Mariners scored a run in the first inning on Ichiro's triple and Casper Wells' 2-base hit. We're now in the bottom of the 3rd. Two balls and a strike.
Well, the summer is heating up, and the Rays have a 6-pack ticket offer just for you. The Rays Summer Select 6-pack enables you to select the seats you want for the games you want to attend in July and August, and starts at just $48. Visit RaysBaseball.com or call 888-FAN-RAYS right now.
One is pulled foul. Fastball. The count squares. 2-2. Carlos looking over that bat. Apparently look for a new one. Baltimore has just put up 6 in the top of the 3rd against the Indians. And it's now 7-1 Baltimore. Cleveland going home to open that series against the Orioles. White Sox have a 2-1 lead in Detroit. Tigers batting in the bottom of the 3rd. New bat in hand. 2-2 the count. Pena goes after this one and misses. He's out on strikes. A couple of strikeouts on the split. 1-0 Seattle. headed into the top of the fourth, the opening game of the 3-game series. Time for our AT&T trivia question. Which pitcher has thrown the most pitches per start this season? It's our AT&T trivia question.
It's a nice touch on the mound, by the way. A little raid burst.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. It's Jesus Montero fouling one back. Strike one.
It's the little things sometimes.
They mean a lot. Keep us going. Montero, Seager, and Smoke coming up here in the fourth. 1-1. Two strikes. Well, Shields has been very efficient the last 2 innings. 9 pitches in the second and a 5-pitch inning in the third. Yeah, that's what he's after.
Yeah, I'm 14 pitches, 6 outs, working quickly. He's got a nice tempo going.
Roller foul. He had not had a single-digit pitch count inning since he pitched against the Marlins back on June the 10th over in Miami. It came at a 4-2 win. And he's 12 of 14 in first pitch strikes so far tonight. And just missed with that. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Chopper deep back of third. Keppinger throws a strike. He had some time with Montero. So that's out number 1 in the fourth.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I would
Todd.
proceed cautiously. Seems to be very emphatic. Yeah, look at him.
Come on, Todd. Come on, Todd. Come on.
No guts.
Never seen Todd so reluctant. Seager founds it.
Maybe, you know what?
Play,
maybe, well, maybe we could slide him a shiv and feel a little more confident.
Now the first pitch strike here for Shields. Montero's gone out third to first. And a liner, foul. Foul play, and the count is 0-2. You think that was a cry for help?
I don't know, but
I just want to talk to Todd.
Bottom line is he feels that Todd Callis is the cure for what ails him.
Yeah, he's at his moment. Todd showing some caution.
Recon work.
He needs bigger glasses. This pitch is outside. Good. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Oh, he's a sniper now.
And a cut and a miss. Molina goes down to Pena to complete the strikeout on the changeup. 2 up, 2 down here in this inning. Strikeout number 4 for Shields.
Now Shields just continuing to get it done here. Yeah, good little streak that he's on. Nice changeup. Down and away, gets Seager to chase a ball that's well off the plate and in the dirt.
So 2 up, 2 down. Justin Smoke.
remember that first at bat, it was curveball, 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 steady diet on the outer half and picking up the strikeout with the bases loaded. Tried to start him again there with one.
The ground ball into short right where Zobrist is stationed. Smoke is out of there, and 1-2-3. We go to the bottom of the fourth. It's 1-0 Seattle. A 1-0 game. Seattle leading the Rays. Let's get the answer to the AT trivia question. Which pitcher has thrown the most pitches per start in this season? The answer, a couple of pretty good ones at the top of that list. Verlander of the Tigers, 113.1, and James Shields would be next. Ben Zobrist leads off the bottom of the fourth, and he puts down the bunt. Iwakuma quickly off the mound to cover that third base line, and a good play by the Seattle pitcher.
Yeah, very athletic play there by Iwakuma. A quick bounce and a nice throw. Well, here's your list, your top 5, and you see down to Jake Peavy at 108.2. Now, interesting, Verlander, Sabathia, Peavy, all in that 15, just over 15 pitches per. David Price just a touch over 16, and then, of course, James Shields a little bit over 17, something that you know that he wants to get that number down. Jim Hickey, Joe Madden want him to get that number down.
And he's certainly done that here in the last 3 innings of this game after making 22 pitches in the first. So that's been the second, third, and fourth innings much closer to where he'd like to be. Well, you really can't get much better than what he's done in those innings.
Oh, that's the James Shields that you're used to seeing, that you want to see out there attacking the zone, getting those early outs. If he does, get the 2 strikes on you, he's going to do his best to put you away quickly. Last 3 innings have been tremendous.
Yeah, as a pitcher, you get a hitter down, you want to put him away.
Yeah, why let him hang around, see more pitches, show him more pitches.
Hey, there's a base hit the other way by Joyce. Ryan, the only man on the left side of the infield, had just started to move to his left, and Joyce hit it to his right. And Ryan is one of those guys, a middle infielder, really gets an idea what the pitch is going to be and tries to play defensively off each pitch. And that time he got crossed up a little bit.
Well, yeah, because he's moving as the pitch is being delivered. It's one thing to shade a little bit, a fastball, a breaking ball. You assume your pitcher is going to hit his spot. But, he started to back up there as the pitch was being delivered, never could regain his footing. Probably didn't matter anyway because Joyce hit that ball pretty hard.
Here's Jeff Keppinger. The pitch is a strike. As a middle infielder, you got a chance to look into see what the pitches are going to be, and that can be a big help. But you don't want to move too soon or switch your defensive alignment too soon. If you start doing that, then pretty soon the opposition catches on.
Well, yeah, not only that, but when you're moving back like that, you start to limit the direction you can move it. You know, it's one thing to see what pitch is called. Okay, a step to my left, step to my right, set yourself, and then you're ready to go either way. As you're moving back like he was, you're backpedaling at an angle, all of a sudden the ball's put in play, forget it. You can only go one way.
Cuts down the lateral move. 1 strike to count to Keppinger. Bounces one foul, and the count is 0-2. Keppinger struck out on a 3-2 pitch in the first. Missed a fastball. It's something you don't see out of Jeff Keppinger very often.
No, I mean, really, and with 2 strikes, I don't know if we've ever seen swing through a fastball. An off-speed pitch a couple of times, maybe. But very, very good at putting the ball in play. At the very minimum.
1 on, 1 out, 2 strikes to Keppinger. And it's popped up short right. Ackley out, circling under it to his left and making the catch. That's the second out. Luke Scott makes his way to the plate. Base hit for Scott was a bunt against the shift in the second inning. Now he has Joyce at first and 2 outs in the 4th. Pitch is in there around the knees for a strike. He's 4-0 in the season series against the Seattle Mariners so far. Down and in, 1-1, and if you extend that back through their last 8 contests, the Rays have won each one of those. One and 1 here to Luke Scott. And over to first. That's the other interesting thing on Iacuma. Coming into this game, he had worked exclusively out of the stretch. We've seen him work from the windup to start innings here in this start tonight. 4 caught stealings and as many attempts with him on the mound.
Yep.
No steals yet. Pitch is upstairs. 2 balls and a strike. Pitch. Fouls this one down off his foot. Squares it at 2-2. The Mariners continue to utilize the shift against a number of these Rays left-handed hitters. This time they have Ryan, the shortstop, moving over with Ackley on the right side, leaving Seager alone on the left side. And other times They've run Seager over to play what would normally be the second baseman spot, sending Ackley into short right and leaving Ryan alone on the left side. Two balls, 2 strikes. And a cut and a miss. Scott out on strikes to retire the side. 5 strikeouts for Iacuma. We're through 4, 1-0 Seattle.
Is kind of crazy right now, but all these teams are on the outside looking in. So which of those teams do you think has the best shot of making the playoffs? TB1 the Orioles, TB2 the A's, TB3 the Red Sox, TB4 your Rays, TB5 the Indians, TB6 the Blue Jays. Text those votes to 789 standard message, and data rates apply. And as you can see, the Angels and the Tigers separated by a game, and all those others within 3.5, including 5 within a game and a half, guys.
All right, we'll go to the 5th inning. You know, that thing could continue like that for a long time.
It's going to. There's just too many teams involved.
Yep. Figueroa tried to hit the breaking ball, and he missed it.
I got a question on the poll.
Yep.
Number 1, I mean, the Rays, they're going to find a way into the playoffs. Let's just get that straight right now. So that's number 1. Number 2.
Even if they have to find another way.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to happen. But then, how about in the poll being TB4? How do the Rays get TB4?
Those are decisions that are beyond our scope.
Okay.
They're just made, and they pop up there on the screen, and then we deal with them. This one is down. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes here. Ground ball. Zobrist is right there, and the toss to first. For the second time, Figueroa is out. 4-3. First out of the 5th. Well, Shields, after struggling a bit in the first inning, got out of that, limiting the damage to only the 1 run, has settled in and has been as good as you can hope to be.
As good as you can remember, really. I mean, he has been efficient.
The great pitch count since the first.
Effective, absolutely.
Here's Brendan Ryan. Ryan swings right through the fastball. Strike 1.
Yeah, very half-hearted swing there by Ryan as he saw that ball, the late movement, taking it underneath the swing. Good action on that fastball.
lines this one foul, back of third. Foul by a couple feet.
Yeah, this is it. Working quickly. Strike one, strike two. Now you put him away. They used to ask Greg Maddux about that, about the 0-2 waste pitch. Why would I want to waste a pitch? Look at the batting averages in 0-2. In 1-2 gets a little bit better. I'll just put him away at 0-2.
Simple logic. If you ask a hitter, would you rather be 0-2 or 1-2?
They'd say neither, but that's just how they are.
Yeah, but if you're going to work a count, they're going to give you one of those two. 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Ryan. Well, and Shields, since the day he came up, has had 2 varieties of a changeup, including the put-away change. And he gets a call third strike on a fastball right there on the corner. And tonight, he has an opportunity maybe to widen the plate a little bit.
And keep it down. This is a great pitch here. 1-2. That may have been a little bit off the plate, but that is right in line with the way Runge's going to call it. Brendan Ryan knows there's nothing I could have done to that pitch. You hope to foul it off.
Exactly. Ground ball by the mound is short. Rodriguez bobbles it. It gets away from him. And that's going to be an error. So Ackley reaches on the error. It's the 12th error of the year charged to Sean Rodriguez.
Does everything right except have a hold of the baseball. He even got it out of the glove and set himself up nicely with his footwork to make the throw, and lost control.
5 of his 12 errors now have come at shortstop. Here's Ichiro Suzuki getting a chance to bat in the 5th. 74th error of the year committed by the Rays. And Ichiro takes a pitch outside. 1 ball, no strike. Ichiro tripled in the 1st, his 5th of the year. He has scored the only run of this game. You know, part of what Jim Hickey was talking about in regard to Shields had everything to do with counts and trying to finish guys off as quickly as you can. There's no reason to give them an opportunity maybe to get even in the count and go full. Limit the pitch count. Pitch deeper into games. It's fouled out of play.
And it's one of those things too. It's a lot easier said than done, but what it does is it builds a mentality. It builds a mentality of being a pitcher who's out there in attack mode constantly. And if you go out there and boom, you get ahead of a guy, then just be done with them, do what you have to do, and move on instead of picking, trying this, nibbling.
Foul ball up the left side. That takes the count to 2-2.
And that's when, quite frankly, we've seen it here, the last few innings, that's when James Shields is at his best, where he is working quickly and he is in attack mode all the time.
It's pretty simple. Opposing hitters bat 190 against Shields when he's ahead in the count, 388 when he's behind in the count.
All right. Enough said. It's going to save me a lot right there.
Over to first, back in. Well, and over, one of the great things about this game, and I guess really any athletic endeavor, but this game really gives you many opportunities to do this, to position yourself to win. And there's so many turning points in a game, and if you can keep most of those situations in your favor, pretty good chance you'll succeed. Runner goes, pitch outside, throw down is not in time. A scoop on the pickup by Sean Rodriguez on the throw, but that's a steal by Dustin Ackley. He's now 9 of 11 in the steal department.
Yeah, James Shields 8 out of 10 teams have been successful off him this year. Ackley got a great jump. See Molina get out of there and get a quick release. Get that ball right on the bag, short hop by Rodriguez, but actually able to get that left foot in.
And Molina had a little run of throwing out runners that had put his caught stealing percentage up over 30.
Well, and you know what? And it seems like he has gone away from trying to put a lot of mustard on the throw as much as get rid of it quickly and accurately. I mean, he has really transferred the ball nicely from the glove, the hand, get it to the bag. May not be an absolute P-Rod, but it gets there quickly.
Full count here to Ichiro, and he is out on strikes. Fastball with a little movement down, a foul tip strikeout into the mid of Molina. 1-0 Seattle. One nothing ball game. The Rays come into bat in the bottom of the 5th inning looking for their first run. They've had base runners in 3 of the first 4 innings and left 2 men in scoring position in the first. It's going to be Desmond Jennings to lead off the home half of the 5th. Jose Molina will follow, and then Sean Rodriguez against the right-hander Iwakuma. Pitch is fouled back. Fastball to start the inning, and Jennings thought he had a pretty good pitch to hit right there, fouling it right back over the screen.
Well, jumping out early, aggressive swing on a pitch up.
And now he's behind in the count. That curveball breaks over. 0-2. Jennings was on twice in yesterday's game, scored a run. And strike 3 call. So Iwakuma taking advantage of the plate away from the hitter and gets the call.
Now 0-2 fastball right here it is.
Strikeout number 6 for the Seattle right-hander. And it's Jose Molina. Shields has 7 strikeouts. Iwakuma 6. And a strike. Slider to start Molina. Inside. It's 1-1. One out, bases empty. Molina bounces one foul, a curveball. Iwakuma changing speeds and moving his pitches to different parts of the plate, on and off the plate at times. A foul ball off the curveball to get ahead of Molina. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's a shot back into center. Wells will have to go back to the track and has room to make the catch. Well, that line drive by Molina, he got a fastball and drove it to deep center, back toward the deepest part of the ballpark.
Yeah, that was a good swing put on this, but Casper Wells gets on his horse, a nice route, able to run it down just in front of the wall out there in center. Here's a good look at it.
Two outs. The base is empty. Sean Rodriguez. Sean under this one, skies it to center. Wells is there waiting already, and the Rays are up and down in order. We're through 5, 1-0 Seattle. Sixth, and it's time to look at the upcoming. It's not time to look at the upcoming race schedule. Actually, it's time for Just for Men Auto Stop Foolproof Stat. Rays the 10-3 record against the American League West this season. They've won 8 straight versus the Mariners. And so just as the Rays look to continue their good fortune toward the West, you can count on Just for Men Auto Stop Foolproof Stat. On to the 6th inning. Casper Wells, Jaso, and Montero. And the breaking ball stays inside. 1-0. Wells double. It was back in the 1st inning. Just fair up the right field line. He bounced this one back and into the upper deck. So the count is 1-1. Shields with 65 pitches so far. This one thrown into the dirt. And it's 2-1. Wells call from the minor leagues in the middle of June and has hit .302 since then. Pops it up. Sean Rodriguez retreating into shallow left from shortstop makes the catch. One away here in the 6th. John Jaso comes to the plate. Jaso has been hit by a pitch and is grounded out to first. And that pitch is a strike down around the knees. Shields 4-4 in 12 starts lifetime against the Seattle Ball Club. 1-1. But over his last 4 starts, 1-2, with an earned run average of well over 7. With the first pitch strike breakout tonight, 17 of 22. Popping away from Molina.
And you go back to those numbers you talked about, 190 and 388, huge difference. Shields obviously feeling very confident tonight. You can just tell by the way he's carrying himself around the mound how quickly he's working.
And a foul ball, and that gets part of Molina. Ron Runge trying to get out of there in a hurry as well, and Molina taking a little time to recovery. Take a look at this, see where it got Molina.
Little cutter got fouled off the inside of that right heel.
I mean, if there's a spot that's not covered, the ball's going to catch you there. And Jaso is out on strikes. A little blooper thrown down to third by Molina.
Jeff Kemminger put himself at risk on that one. Let's take a look at the pitch here. Backdoor cutter right there on the outside corner. Great pitch. And yesterday Kemminger called for a fair catch. This time he did not. It was fair game.
Well, confident in his ability to run it back. Jesus Montero. One ball, no strikes. Montero came into this game 10 of 17 for the Seattle road trip. And that's a strike. They've scored 252 runs on the road and 126 at home. 1-2. Breaking ball, and not much of a cut by Montero on that one.
No, that's where you start. You start your swing, a pitch that you think that you're going to be able to handle. You realize, breaking ball, I have no shot at it. Too late to stop it, though.
1-2, the count. Pitch is wide. Fastball, it was too far off the plate. 2-2.
Asking for those signs again. I think he shook off 5 or 6 times.
Well, since the first inning, the Mariners have had only one base runner, and that came on the error when Ackley reached last inning. And there's strike 3 called on the outside edge. Montero caught looking. 9 strikeouts for Shields. 1-0 Seattle. a double up the right side by Casper Wells. Meanwhile, James Shields has gone to work, striking out 9 so far in the front 6. And Hisashi Iwakuma has 6 strikeouts, and that's a season's high for him in his 3rd start. Top of the order for the Rays, B.J. Upton, 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts. And the first pitch, fastball in there, strike 1. Upton called out on strikes on a fastball in the first inning, and then was out swinging and missing a split in the 3rd. There's a long one, high and deep to left. Paguero's to the wall, and that one is gone. Upton turns on a fastball and ties this game with his 9th home run of the year. An 0-1 pitch. Upton, who had a big day yesterday with 3 hits, 3 runs batted in, ties the game with a home run tonight.
Yeah, look where the location was. Middle of the plate, up above the belt. Loud contact, no doubt about it.
So the Rays get even on the 73rd pitch of the night, thrown by Iwakuma. It's the 9th home run he's given up in a little over 46 innings of work. Here's Pena lifting a high popper, left center. And that ball is caught by Paguero. Boy, for a moment it appeared that might fall in among Wells, Paguero, and Ackley, who was trying to get out there.
Oh, when you see Ackley still going at it this hard, you wonder about the communication. And Paguero finally takes charge, able to cut between the other two and make the catch.
Wow. So Paguero, for the 2nd time tonight, makes a catch on a ball that had at least a chance or looked as if it might drop. Paguero, who's not known for his defense, saved the day for Seattle on that one. And here's Ben Zobrist. The pitch is outside to him. A tie game, 1-1. Ball, 2 strikes. Ben singled in the first. He was out trying to bunt his way on in the 4th, and Iwakuma made a very good play to throw him out. Home run by Upton. Pena, a high pop fly to left. 1 to Zobrist. Pitch he held up in time on the appeal. 2 balls and a strike. Center field. Paguero cutting across. He will not get this one to the wall. Wells with the pickup, and Zobrist in at second with the double.
Well, Paguero's a big guy, but his angle was just a little bit too shallow and wasn't able to reach it. He's cutting straight across, trying to cut this ball off. And the angle just a hair shallow. Ben takes this pitch moving away, hits it away. Just not able to get there. Ball over the glove. Then Zobrist into second base.
So the Rays with another scoring opportunity, courtesy of Ben Zobrist. Matt Joyce up here. Joyce singled in the 4th. Big cut and a miss right there on the fastball. Strike 1.
Yeah, and he'd love to have another shot at this one. This ball was meant to be away, and Iwakuma just yanked that ball right out over the heart of the plate, and Matt just missed it.
Iwakuma's high pitch count, his last start against Texas, he made 85 pitches in 5 innings. So he's into the 6th, 1 out into the 6th here at 79 pitches. Steve Delabar is up in the bullpen. Rays left 2 men in scoring position in the 1st, and then had a 1-out single from Joyce in the 4th. He was left there, and until this inning, that's been it offensively for the Rays. They had the bunt single by Scott to lead off to second, but he's erased on a double play. So they've stranded 3 tonight. Joyce fouls it. Nothing at 2. Zobrist. Pitch is low. 1-2. See Zobrist getting his lead back there at second base, and the way their defensive alignment is set up. Ryan, the shortstop, has been right on the bag to hold him close, and then releases as the pitch is made.
One thing that does do is keep Ben Zobrist close to second base, so a base hit to the outfield and have an opportunity for maybe a play at the plate.
Right shot, foul toward the bullpen, and a nice one-hop pickup down there.
A lot of guys are able to lengthen that lead a little bit at second base and get a nice secondary lead, but Brendan Ryan has put a kibosh on that.
Run by Upton, 1-out double by Zobrist. Game tied 1-1. Joyce swings and he misses, swinging over the split. Strikeout number 7 for Iwakuma.
Well, such a tough pitch to hold up on because Iwakuma throws it right out over the plate. You see that ball coming in, looks like it's a knee-high fastball, and then starts to bottom out. Joyce a little bit out in front, not able to reach it.
So with 2 gone, it'll be up to Jeff Keppinger, who has struck out and popped out tonight against Iwakuma. Keppinger starting at third. Away, taken for a ball. Keppinger's hit up around 340 since coming off the disabled list. No strikes. Keppinger, the only guy in this game tonight hitting over 300.
Well, you're talking about the 2 teams in the American League who rank 12th and 13th in average. 233 for the Mariners, 232 for the Rays.
2 balls, no strikes.
Actually, I don't want to. I cost them 1 point each. 234, 233.
3-0.
On a little bit of a streak right now.
In the interest of accuracy. Way to go. 3 balls, no strikes.
You write all these numbers down all day and you think you got them pegged.
Yep.
And then you have that little thought, like, I think I'm wrong. Better check it out.
Goes to your integrity and honesty. Never any doubt. 3 balls, no strikes. And a ground ball chopped toward the hole. It's off the glove of Seager. Into left, and the Rays are going to take the lead. Zobrist crosses the plate. It's a 2-1 ball game. Ben Zobrist scores as Keppinger hit that ball headed for the hole between short and third, and Seager just got enough of his glove on that ground ball to deflect it.
Yeah, that ball was not going to get to the outfield. Brendan Ryan was set up well to at least knock it down. And right here you go, assist to Kyle Seager as he deflects that ball, ends up behind Ryan. Dribbles out into left field, and the Rays take full advantage and take the lead.
So a 2-1 ball game now. The RBI for Keppinger, number 18. It's Luke Scott. Iwakuma delivers. A strike on the inside corner, 90 on the fastball. Iwakuma with his high pitch count going tonight. 88 pitches right now, eclipsing the 85 he threw against Texas. Eric Wedge, skipper, and Carl Willis, pitching coach, looking on. To first, Keppinger's back in there. Scott started to go and could not check. Pitch wound up high, but he had committed 0-2. Two-strike count to Luke.
And once you change a hitter's eye level like that, it's right back to the bottom of the zone here more than likely. You could, because it's 0-2, you could go with another fastball up, try to get him to chase up. That is not really Iwakuma's game. Set up nicely here for the split.
And he takes it low. Did not offer at the split. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Upton opened the inning with a home run. With 1 out, Zobrist doubled. With 2 outs, Keppinger got the base hit, deflected into left by Seager. Now it's a 1-2 count to Luke Scott. And close as Luke takes ball 2, a fastball. 2-2. Iwakuma over the 90 pitch mark. Rays with 2 runs, 6 hits, drawn a walk. The Mariners have run 2 hits, and they have not drawn a walk. This team, the Mariners, not a walking team. Two and 2. And a foul ball, just enough of it to stay alive. Force Iwakuma to make another 2-2 pitch to Luke. taken the lead in the 6th. Iwakuma made 27 pitches in the first inning. He's made 22 in this frame.
More than likely his last, maybe his last hitter.
And a ground ball down to first, handled by Smoke to retire the side. The Rays, however, get on the board. A home run from B.J. Upton and an RBI single by Jeff Keppinger. Rays lead 2-1. Go to the 7th inning tonight at Tropicana Field in the first game of the 3-game series for the Rays against Seattle. Rays with 2 runs and 6 hits off the right-hander Hisashi Iwakuma. Upton and Keppinger with the runs batted in. And James Shields, who's retired 16 of the last 17 men to face him, will open the 7th by facing Kyle Seager. The only base runner in that stretch was Ackley, who reached on an error.
But he's been able to hold this Mariner lineup in check after giving up a run in the first inning. Now has the lead to work with.
And Seager takes the first pitch away. He's walked and struck out tonight. 9 strikeouts for Shields. He had 11 strikeouts against Seattle back on May the 2nd and had a 10 strikeout game against Toronto near the end of May. Foul ball. And 9 right now. 1-1 the count to Seager with Smoke due next, followed by Peguero. Ball 2. Curveball that stayed wide, says Brian Runge.
Well, you remember when Seager was able to hurt Shields last year on balls that were down and in, staying away from that area.
And a base hit into right, out of the reach of Zobrist. Seager picks up a base hit. First hit he has given up since Wells doubled with 1 out in the first.
Now changeup working its way to the outside corner. It's down. Seager able to go out and get enough of it to get it by Zobrist. Lead off base hit.
So Seager's aboard. Justin Smoke stepping in.
Well, you definitely want to stay down in the zone here, away from Smoke, to get him out. Try to get him reaching. Maybe hit you something on the ground. Get a little double play.
Grounded to second his last time, and the pitch is in there. Strike around the knees to get the count running in Shields' favor. One and one. She was a little over 80 in his pitch count now, 83. And a move to first. Seager back in. That would help out. One-run ball game. Mariners have the leadoff hitter aboard in the 7th inning. Swing and a foul ball. Just a little piece of it. And that caught Molina again. And where would it catch him again this time? The right heel the first time. Well, right foot down the line a little bit.
Nice bucket.
He's got the side of that right Achilles area, and then maybe the bunion area. Wow. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cut to miss, throw to first, the ball pops away from Pena. Now Seager's going to advance, and he'll be in scoring position. And boy, it appeared the Rays had a legitimate chance maybe to get Seager. Smoke is out on strikes. The 10th strikeout of the game for Shields. And Seager winds up going to second.
Backdoor cutter, and it took Molina right towards first base, so he was already angled that way, and then opening up as he caught that ball makes for an easier throw. And you see this ball just gets underneath the glove of Carlos Pena, not back there in time to be able to make the play, and as it bounds away, Seager's able to move up, get into scoring position.
Well, the error goes to Molina on the throw, but you'd like to see that ball, if it was not caught, at least blocked. So that'll be the 4th error on Molina. Seager now at second base, and here's Carlos Peguero. Pitch is down, so the Rays charged with their 2nd error of the night, and you can see what Joe Madden thought about that. All over his face.
Well, here you get the big strikeout with the guy on first, and now look.
Yeah.
Now scoring position in a 1-run ball game.
Cut, foul ball, curve ball, and the count is 1-1.
Peguero is starting to lock in on down in the zone. Obviously, he knows that's where Shields wants to get him out, whether it be via the curve ball, the fastball down and away, obviously the changeup. He's starting to target down there.
He does have a couple of home runs against Shields. There's the strike.
And that's one of those things, if you're able to recognize it as a pitcher and you're ahead in the count, which James Shields has been doing a nice job all night, this is where you can change an eye level. Maybe not here 1 and 2, but you can get him to look up and then refocus on back down in the zone.
Breaking to the bag, Rodriguez. Shields stepping back, but don't throw.
You just stay in one area with the guy, and he starts to home in. It becomes easier to hit.
One ball, 2 strikes. And a long one, deep to right, and that one's going to get out of here. He hit it deep into the seats in right center field. A 1-2 cutter. And the home run by Peguero will give the Seattle Mariners a 3-2 lead. Well, he hits one again off Shields. That's his third career home run off Shields.
Well, here it is. Trying to throw a backdoor cutter. Where does that ball end up? Middle of the plate. And how many times have we seen that pitch? You've got to execute it perfectly. Just try to nip that outside corner. This one catches a little bit too much plate. Peguero catches it cleanly.
Now the pitch to Brendan Ryan is a ball too low. 1 ball, no strikes. Peguero came into this game 2 for 2 lifetime against Shields. 2 home runs. He's 1 for 3 tonight. A 2-run home run here in the 7th. The liner foul. 2-1. Three balls and a strike. And that's a strike on the outside edge. Ryan took a step, but then hung around the plate as that pitch was called a strike. And time granted by Brian Runge. And a pop fly back at third. Keppinger back near the bullpen and makes the catch. 2 outs here in the 7th.
Well, Saturday, August the 4th, the UFC returns to Fox with 4 massive fights, including knockout artist Shogun Rua taking on Brandon Vera in the biggest fight of his career, plus an epic bout between former UFC champ Lyoto Machida and rising star Ryan Bader. UFC Fight Night on Fox, sponsored by Bud Light, is live from Los Angeles on Saturday, the 4th of August, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Now the pitch to Dustin Ackley, and that's down. Ball, no strikes. Lifts one into left center field. Jennings is there and makes the catch. So that retires the side, but they scored 2 on the Peguero home run. Gulf Coast Honda dealer 7th inning stretch coming up.
Don't forget, Sunday is a family fun day, and this Sunday, courtesy of Dex Imaging, you get this Matt Moore bobblehead for the first 10,000 kids sports. Very intricate details here. It's got Matt Moore's name on the glove. It's got his number 55 on the Nike swoosh on his cleats. That'll be part of Family Fun Day presented by the Tampa Bay Times. So, guys, I did get the story out there in the outfield. The guy that had the Todd Callis sign, you know I've never lied to you before. He wanted me to come out there to say that Dwayne Stats is his hero.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I was simply the messenger in this process. And he said I wanted to write that Dwayne Stats is my hero on the sign, but we didn't think Dwayne would come out and see us. We knew you would. And the other guys, the guys in the green, are from Land O'Lakes. They say they're not from Vancouver. They want everyone to know they're Tampa Bay Rays fans from Land O'Lakes, and they say they can't see out of those masks, so if a home run hits them on the head, you'll know why, guys.
Yeah, the green seems to be spreading out there. That's a good color.
Yeah, well, it all started off in that Indian series.
Yeah.
Manning and Underwood, and you decided to go with the fluorescent green. Matches the suits out there.
Yeah, it's a trend.
I think you ought to go. You ought to go shake that man's hand.
2 balls
Thank
and
him
a
for
strike.
his support.
I'm sure Todd did a great job of that, right? You think?
Well, of course he did. I mean, he's a man among the people.
And here's the deal. You believe Todd?
I do.
I
I do.
I don't know. I mean, I believe him most of the time because he's trustworthy. Ground ball. There's a base hit up the left field line. Jennings on his way to second. He's in there with a leadoff double against the new pitcher, Steve Delabar.
Well, the only thing that gives pause is if all he wanted to do is say that you were the hero, you just write that on the sign. Because it's not like he's going to meet you now anyway. So he just could have wrote it on.
Yeah, they're all working except for Todd, who is accessible to every living human. And they all want to meet him. Double by Jennings is ninth.
Mislocation. Desmond takes full advantage, and the Rays try to answer.
So let's see what Jose Molina can do against the right-hander Delabar. He was with this Seattle club earlier in an option to AAA in July, and then came right back. There's a bunt right side. Smoke's going to get the tag on Molina, who sacrifices Jennings over to third. So the Rays here in the 7th playing a little small ball at home, down by a run, and trying to get the potential tying run to third with 1 out.
Is there anything that Jose Molina can't do right now? Throwing out runners defensively.
Yep.
Hitting the ball the other way, pulling the ball, now getting the sack bunt down, stealing bags.
He does it all.
He on some kind of streak right now, and nicely done on getting that bunt down, getting Jennings over to third. Just 1 out.
Sean Rodriguez will be up here. Rays with 2 runs, 7 hits, and the Seattle infield comes up. And that pitch comes in and hit him. Or is it a foul ball? I guess it's a foul ball. Made contact with the bat.
Now he started that swing on that ball running up and in. See right there. Up the pine tar.
Yeah, so get that baseball out of play. We don't want any pine tar on a baseball. 1 strike to count. Seager about even with the bag at third. Trying to step back off the turf at short. Up on the turf on the right side. And that pitch crowding Rodriguez in. It's 1-1.
And you see Montero begging for that pitch down, telling Delabar, get that thing down. You got the infield in. You want something hit on the ground, preferably weakly.
Delabar with that split and with a pretty healthy fastball. Get it up there into the mid-90s.
Well, he's racked up 44 strikeouts in 34 innings.
And a pitch out, thinking the Rays might be up to the Rays way tricks. 2-1.
That's what Joe Madden forces on you. You've got to be in that opposing dugout. You've got to have your thinking cap on, all the different scenarios.
Now the 2-1, a cut and a miss by Rodriguez. He missed the split.
Boy, that split had just straight change action on it. Not a whole lot of dip to it at all, but the change of speed made it effective. Look how far out in front Sean was on that swing. Well, right here, Delabar with 2 strikes is going for the put away. Needs the strikeout here.
The 2-2, and there's the bunt, and it's going to be foul with Jennings coming down the line. Rodriguez 2-2 trying to bunt, and he fouls it, so he's out on strikes.
Now putting the squeeze on with 2 strikes, that is a gamble. But this spot here does not pay off. You see, here he comes. Jennings up the line, showing Rodriguez the late square round. That ball down in the zone, he just fouls it off.
And you know, the Rays are willing to do this based on the work, the extra work they've done on this homestand. They've broken down parts of the game, the defensive side. They've had extra work done on bunting, and they're trying to bunt the tying run home. Now 2 outs, and here's B.J. Upton. Upton takes one wide. B.J. hit a home run his last time up there, getting the Rays on the board.
Well, that you can afford to take that chance too, because of the work that B.J. Upton has done the last 3-4 games.
And a ground ball headed deep in the hole, backhanded by Ryan. Throw to first, not in time, and the run scores. B.J. hit that ball into the hole at shortstop, and Ryan, who has made some outstanding plays for Seattle all year, could not throw out B.J. Upton, who beat the play at first, and the game is tied at 3.
No way. Once that ball gets by Kyle Seager, watch Brendan Ryan moving to his right. Forget it. Forget it right there. It's just not a strong enough arm out there to be able to beat the speed of Upton once it gets by Seager there at third.
So it's a 3-3 ball game. Now Carlos Pena's due, and that's going to be it for the right-hander Delabar. Eric Wedge wants the lefty. Back in a moment. B.J. Upton's at first base with 2 outs. The Rays have tied it with a run in the 7th. Carlos Pena due up, and with that, Eric Wedge wants the left-hander. Oliver Perez in from the bullpen.
Up for the 12th time, 11 innings of work, 11 strikeouts. Opponent's average .311. Here we go again.
Perez features the sinker and a slider most of the time. Move to first, Upton back in there.
Well, that's the one thing you got to worry about if you're Oliver Perez. B.J. Upton going on first movement. 2 outs here. Great opportunity to send B.J. 15 out of 19 on the year.
Time called. Perez has not made a pitch yet, and there's a ball loose from the Seattle bullpen. Brandon League just got up and started to throw. Well, Peralta is up now in the Rays bullpen, and Pena steps back. Perez delivers, and that is a strike as Perez opened with the slider, and it was blocked by Montero. That's quite a job by Montero to block that pitch, and Pena could not check his swing. Iwakuma for 6. He gave up 2. The run scored in this inning charged to Delabar, and he's responsible for Pena at first base. Back in, Upton. Pitch. It's too high. 1 ball and 1 strike. This one, a wild one that gets away from Montero and to the backstop. A wild pitch moves Upton into scoring position.
He almost did that on the first pitch of the at-bat. A breaking ball in a similar spot. This one just yanked way out there. Montero doing everything that he can to get that far out. That was almost on the back end of the right-handed hitter's batter's box.
So the 2-1 pitch from Perez to Pena. And he bounds it, a fastball, that pitch around mid-90s. Perez, formerly with the Pirates, originally got to the big leagues. Padres, spent some time with the Mets, now the Mariners. A 2-2. And a fly ball into right to Ichiro, who makes the catch. And that retires the side. But the Rays get a run. We're through 7, tied 3-3.
authority of the Tampa Bay Rays and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Tampa Bay Rays.
We have a tie game here headed into the 8th.
Don't ignore it. Don't ignore it.
Well, they're just making the point.
I mean, you see?
That's a good-looking group there, and I love the color.
That's outstanding.
See, I mean, we never questioned Todd's veracity. Never.
No.
So he was telling the truth. And here's the pitch to Ichiro. Takes it for a ball, 1 ball, and no strikes. Well, now all they have to do is cheer the Rays to a win.
Deflect. Don't deflect.
Foul out of play.
By the way, the chin hair on your fan there, impressive.
Yeah.
Impressive. I like a little chin hair.
Yeah, I know you do.
And knowing how long it took him to get it out that far.
Ground ball to short. Rodriguez throws out Ichiro. Yeah, some good work done there.
Not easy.
Good work. See?
Yep. I grew it that long one time playing winter ball, and it months. He's got his glove. He's ready to go.
That shows stick-to-itiveness.
Yeah.
It's important.
Yeah. Grinder.
Casper Wells now. James Shields still out there on the hill. Bouncing ball to third. Keppinger makes the play. Couple of ground balls. 2 up and 2 down. It's been a good night for Shields. He was touched for the home run by Peguero in the 7th. And for a moment it gave Seattle the lead. The Rays back with a run in the bottom of the inning to tie it. So it's 3-3 here in the 8th. And the pitch, John Jaso takes it outside. 1-0. Ball 1 strike. Jaso hit by a pitch his first time. Otherwise 0 for 2. And this one skips in and all the way to the backstop and beyond. Shields over 100 pitches. 4 right now for Shields. Started with the 22 pitch inning in the first when he gave up a run. Ball 3 too low. 3-1. Jaso draws a walk. First walk given up by Shields tonight comes with 2 outs in the 8th inning. And it will get Montero to the plate. The Seattle catcher, Jesus Montero, and Joe Madden comes out of the dugout. And he's already made the call to the bullpen. So that's going to be it for Shields. Shields with 2 quick outs here in the 8th and then the walk. Shields will get a good hand as he departs. In this tie game, 3-3. Back with a new pitcher in a moment. with 2 outs. Jaso's at first. James Shields out of the game after 7 2/3, and he gives way to Joel Peralta. Peralta to face Montero. The pitch is high. Shields in 7 2/3 made 106 pitches. Twice he struck out Montero and got him to hit the ball on the ground to third in the 4th inning. Here in the 8th, he got ground ball outs from Ichiro and Wells and walked Jaso. 1-0 the count. Peralta to Montero. Pitch is in there. That's a strike.
And as you see James Shields there in the dugout, there's his final line on the night, the 10 strikeouts in 7 2/3. It does not look at all like he's happy to be in that dugout.
Nope. Invested 7 2/3 and 106 pitches tonight. The 1-1. Swing and a high pop. Waiting for it to come down. Back at second base. Zobrist makes the catch to retire the side. No runs, a walk, and a man left. Bottom of the 8th coming. We're tied 3-3.
Seattle and the Rays experience a Rays game from the all-inclusive Hancock Bank Club, offering extraordinary seating and luxurious lounge and dining areas. The Hancock Bank Club features an upscale menu and inclusive drink options. For tickets and more information, call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com.
Well, Ben Zobrist will open the bottom of the 8th inning facing Oliver Perez, the left-hander. The pitch is low. 1 ball and no strikes. One ball, no strikes. It is low. 2-0. Matt Joyce due to hit next, but Brooks Conrad has moved into the on-deck circle. The count is 3-0 to Zobrist. 3-0. And that's called a strike. 3-1. Akuma worked 6. Gave up 2 runs. Delabar 2/3 of an inning, charged with a run. Perez with the 3-1 pitch. And that's ball 4, too low, and he walks. So the Rays get the leadoff hitter aboard here in the 8th. Now Conrad will be announced to hit for Joyce. And with Conrad announced, there's Eric Wedge, the Seattle skipper, and he's looking toward the bullpen. He'll make his move here. New pitcher when we return. Tie game in the 8th. What's coming up on Rays Live tomorrow, presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Todd heads outside for the pregame. Alex Cobb on the mound, and BA's breakdown.
BA's breakdown. Will it be outdoor breakdown?
Only time will tell.
Say no.
Brandon League, the new pitcher, with a toss over to first base where Ben Zobrist currently resides. He opened the inning with a walk. Oliver Perez departs. Conrad pinch hitting for Joyce. The pitch is outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
Ray's been given a great opportunity here with a leadoff walk. Ben Zobrist down there at first base, a good base runner, can steal you a bag.
Ground ball to first. Smoke takes it down to second. Back to first. And out there. League had to look for the bag with his foot. And got it back in time. Tim McClellan on the call. So Conrad grounds into the double play. 3-6-1.
Well, not exactly what the Rays had in mind, but Smoke off the bag. Makes a nice feed down there to Brendan Ryan, who's got to throw it hurt. See right there the footwork. He was able to get it on there. It's a good throw by Ryan, flat-footed.
So that eliminates the leadoff walk. Base is empty with 2 outs. Now here's Keppinger. Pitch inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Keppinger getting his first look at Brandon League. Throws him a strike at 96. Pretty easy 96 right there from League.
He does have a big fastball.
Ground ball is short. Ryan goes a strike to first. That'll do it for the Rays in the 8th. We go to the 9th, tied 3-3.
To the 9th, all tied at 3. Time for our Auto Text poll question of the night. Of the 6 teams that are currently near the playoffs but looking in, who do you think has the best shot at making the playoffs? TB1 Baltimore, TB2 Oakland, TB3 Boston. BA doesn't like the post position for Tampa Bay. TB4 Cleveland, TB5 Toronto, TB6. Text your vote to 789-789. We will have the results in our Rays Live postgame show. We also hear from Joe Madden in the postgame show with his press conference. Dwayne and BA and Orestes and I up in center field somewhere. Guys, back to you.
All right, we'll look forward to all of that. Sounds like an action-packed postgame. One never knows for sure. Well, we go to the 9th, tied 3-3. Fernando Rodney is on the hill for the Rays, and Kyle Seager is the hitter. Rays tied this game. The run in the 7th. The Seager fouls the first pitch outside of third. An opening fastball from Rodney. Then Zobrist in right field, and Conrad stays on to play second after pinch hitting for Joyce. Seager fouls this one. Again out of play. It's a fastball. Trying to catch up to Rodney. Rodney worked in the Tuesday game against the Indians, picking up his 27th save. And the pitch down. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Shields for 7 2/3. Peralta came on and got the towering pop-up from Montero to end the 8th. Another foul ball. 97 on the fastball. Foul back to the left. drive foul up the right side. Front.
Seager doing a nice job in this at bat of just staying alive. Not an easy AB when you go up against Fernando Rodney. So easy with his delivery and such a wide disparity between the two pitches that he features. Seager in the battle.
And a ground ball to short. Comes up on Rodriguez, and he will not be able to make the play. It's an error charged to Sean, his second of the night. The third error of the night committed by the Rays.
Now this one seemed to just get up into the breadbasket of Sean Rodriguez. First look, pretty routine ground ball here, right off the bat of Seager, and you see if it gets, kind of comes up on him and a little handcuff. Once it dribbles over the top of that glove and bounds away from him, there's no play.
So the leadoff man on in the ninth, who's Justin Smoke. Pitch is a strike. Smoke 0 for 4 lifetime against Rodney with a couple strikeouts. Sailed into the screen. Rodney 0-2 to Smoke. And he battles a fastball trying to get it started on a 98-mile-per-hour delivery. Rodney got ahead of Seager, who had fouled off a couple of pitches and then reached on the error. And a swing and a miss. After trying to get it started on the previous pitch, it was 98, way out in front of the changeup.
He hides that pitch well and then just lets it work its way right off the plate. Smoke way out in front. Watch his pitch. Just big reach there by Smoke. Comes up empty.
11 strikeouts for Rays pitching. Carlos Peguero. He homered in the 7th inning. For a short time, gave Seattle a 1-run lead. The Rays tied it with a run in the bottom of the inning. There's a swing and a miss on a changeup. Trying to go deep again. Here's the home run in the 7th inning. Cutter deep into the stands. Scoring Seager, who had singled 2 hitters prior. Runner takes off, swing and a miss, and the throw, they're going to get him. He is out at second base. Seager trying to go in head first. Rodriguez put the tag on him to eliminate the base runner.
Well, once again, the release by Molina. Watch how quick he gets rid of it. Not a bad jump. And look at that transfer right on the money. I mean, tell you what, he's got it dialed in right now.
Seager tried to show the left hand, take it away and get in with the right, but he was tagged out on a nice throw by Molina. And a swing and a miss. Peguero missed the change. So we'll go into the bottom half of the ninth. This game tied 3-3. 5-hour energy fixes tired fast. By Marathon Petroleum, fueling the American spirit. By Checkers, feast on. And by the 2012 GMC Sierra. It's our best Sierra ever. Well, we go to the bottom of the ninth here at Tropicana Field tonight. The Rays and the Mariners are tied 3-3. It's been that way since the 7th. Luke Scott will lead it off here against Brandon League.
How about just end it right here?
You can do it with one swing. And the pitch is down and in. The Mariners employ the shift again. Ryan, the lone man on the left side of the infield. See pretty good numbers. Luke Scott 5 of 8 lifetime against League. That includes a home run. Bounces this one foul. It's 1-1. Moved 1 for 3 tonight. He bunted against the shift in the second inning. Trying to find something that he could lift out of here. A 1-1 count to Luke Scott. Looking for the hard stuff, didn't get it, and it's 1-2.
No, he didn't. Here it is. Change of pace.
Well, the velocity went from 96 to 86.
Yeah, now imagine if you're facing Fernando Rodney and it's at 81.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Well, being careful with Luke Scott. Obviously, Brandon League knows that he wants to pull something with some power.
This has not been a good venue for Brandon League, as you can see by those numbers. 13 games and a .924 earned run average here with 3 losses.
Not a bad idea here for Luke to go the other way, too. 2 strikes.
And he does, lines it into left field, and it's caught by Peguero, who got over there and stuck up that glove to make the catch of the hard hit line drive.
That's the right idea. Brandon League knows Luke Scott trying to drive the baseball, hit it out, so he's going to stay away from him. And with the shift on and 2 strikes, absolutely take your hit the other way. And he hit it well, but right at Peguero. It was a rocket.
Now Desmond Jennings. Desmond with just 1 prior at bat against League. He's 0 for 1 against him. And League picks up a fastball strike on the outside edge. One and one. More hard stuff, but off the plate. That's a strike on the corner, says Brian Runge. 1-2.
Well, that little slider there by Brandon League looked to be a pitch that was down and off the plate. However, Brian Runge making that call pretty much all night.
1-2. And this one is foul back as Jennings in prevent mode there.
Yeah, that's it. Try to stay alive and hope that that League makes a mistake out over the plate where you can put a real aggressive swing on it.
One out, bases empty, 1-2. And Jennings is out on strikes. Fastball got him. 2 outs.
He comes down and in with this, and Jennings trying to check up, not able to do so. 2 outs.
Now Jose Lobaton. Lobaton has not faced League until now. And the right-hander's pitch. Lobaton takes it down around his feet. Slider, 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch. It's low. Fastball down this time. 2-0. Three runs, 8 hits for the Rays. 3 runs, 4 hits for the Mariners. Rays have committed 3 errors in this game. Lobaton takes it on the corner. That's a strike. 2-1.
Well, would this be the perfect spot for your first Major League home run?
Still looking for it. This would be a perfect spot. Now the 2-1 pitch. And a line drive, base hit into center field. The Rays have a base runner. Big turn by Lobaton. Lobaton stroked that fastball right back into center. So it will be Elliott Johnson now to pinch hit. For Elliott Johnson earlier this year, a walk-off against League. So he will pinch hit for Sean Rodriguez now. Pitch is down. 1 ball and no strikes. That 12-inning game back on the 30th of April. This time he bounces it foul. The count is 1-1. A ball, 2 strikes. So Johnson behind in the count. Time call. Game the Rays won on the 30th of April. Elliott had replaced Evan Longoria. Longoria was injured, hurt himself. A swing and a miss. Johnson out on strikes this time, and the Rays leave a man aboard in the bottom of the 9th inning. We're headed into the 10th, tied 3-3. Extra innings tonight presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Extra innings tonight at Tropicana Field in the opening game of the series between the Rays and the Mariners. Tied 3-3. Elliott Johnson stays on to play shortstop after pinch hitting. And Jose Lobaton behind the plate after hitting for Molina. Fernando Rodney back to the mound. Brendan Ryan will lead off the 10th. Rodney's pitch hit on the ground, fouled outside of third. That's a strike. Shields, Peralta, and Rodney. Rodney worked the ninth. Got a couple of strikeouts. Ryan leading off, then Ackley and Ichiro Suzuki. Ground ball third. That's a foul ball diving stop by Keppinger, who's guarding the line against extra base hits. 2 strikes. How about that for Rodney to start this? 16 pitches, 15 strikes.
Well, he's got the stuff to be able to do it. He's one of those few pitchers that can just come out pumping strikes all the time.
This pitch popped up, foul ball. Lobaton and Pena after Pena with a better angle, and he makes the catch. He made the catch, and then when he went to get the ball out of the mid, he dropped it, but it's a catch.
You see Carlos calling for it, reaches back. That ball is secure. That's on the transfer.
So here's Ackley. Want to know the count to Dustin Ackley. Two and nothing. Look out, a foul ball into the photographer's area. The count goes to 2-1 at Camberwell over there. Look out, fellas. Pitch is down, and it's 3-1. Fernando Rodney's longest outing of the year. 2 innings, and that was back on the 23rd of May against the Blue Jays in a game that went 11 innings. Now the count's full, 3-2. The Rays eventually won that game 5-4. Shields worked the first 7 1/3 innings of that game. James Shields worked 7 2/3 in this game. Fastball foul back, just enough of it to stay alive. Rays tied the game in the bottom of the 7th. Popper back a third, foul. Keppinger right there for it. 2 gone. 2 up, 2 down. A couple of foul balls, a couple of foul pops. And now Ichiro Suzuki will bat. He tripled and scored in the first. Overall, he is 1 for 4. 2 for 10 lifetime against Fernando Rodney. It's a ball. 2-0. Rodney falls behind. It's 3-0 to Ichiro.
And here Fernando Rodney, who's been just pumping strikes since he's come into this ball game, is 3-0 on a guy who's walked 16 times all season long.
Time called. We talked about that earlier. Ichiro coming into this game with an on-base percentage of .292.
Yeah, you don't want to just lay one in here because Ichiro
Strike.
has got surprising pop when he wants to. He will, very rarely, but he will pick his spots and can drive the baseball a long way.
Still up in the count. 3 balls and a strike. And a ground ball to third. Glove there by Keppinger. Is thrown to first in time. Ichiro's out of there. 3 up, 3 down in the 10th. Rays will have Upton to lead off the bottom of the 10th. In this game, it's tied 3-3.
What?
It's a Friday night of the Trop.
I mean, that is outstanding.
And here's B.J. Upton to lead off the bottom of the 10th inning. Brandon League has worked 2 innings. It's his longest stint of the year. And the pitch is down, a ball and no strikes.
Well, I like the idea here of a walk-off, and then we take your tie and we just follow him wherever he's going.
Let's go. Hit the streets.
That's right.
First hit one out. Pitch is high. 2-0.
Yeah, well, I mean, take care of business first.
The League worked an inning and 2/3 back at the end of June against Oakland. That's his longest outing prior to tonight. Big cut and a miss. Upton trying to end it there on that fastball. Had a home run cut.
Well, I think what's happening, too, is you've got Eric Wedge, Carl Willis sitting there in that bullpen. Brandon League right now is passing the eye test. He's throwing the ball very well. A lot of good action on all of his pitches.
And he throws a strike to square the count. It's now 2-2.
Those last 2 fastballs, you know, he comes up, gets it over the bat of B.J., and then immediately back to down and away right at the kneecap on the outside corner.
Time called. Two, and now full count. Well, he came on, got a double play ball in the 8th. inherited a runner. Slutke, the left-hander down there in the bullpen. And it's ball 4 outside. So Upton draws the walk, and that pitch was close by standards of the night.
Yes.
And here comes Eric Wedge out with Carlos Pena due up. The call's going to go to the bullpen for the lefty. Back in a moment. Lucas Slutke, the left-hander, will be pitcher number 5, allowing lefties just a 146 average, 216 against righties. Got some good numbers coming out of their bullpen. Carlos Pena due up here. You see Carlos, 5 of his home runs against lefties, hitting 172. So Upton is the runner at first. And here's Pena. Speed at first at Upton. Slutke out of the stretch. And a move to first. Runs, 4 hits for the Mariners, 3 runs and 9 hits for the Rays. Slutke's pitch, there goes Upton, the pitch inside, and the throw, he steals it easily.
Yeah, he got a great jump. First move off the lefty. Watch the jump. Boy, he gets a good one, and the high leg kick, no chance.
So a big stolen base here for the Rays in the 10th. Well, the 1-0 pitch to Pena, and he hits a little dribbler foul up the third base side. Count is 1-1. Upton at second. The pitch hit on the ground. That's a fair ball back in the bag. Smoke will make the play unassisted, and over to third base goes Upton.
Now, a ground out there by Carlos Pena, but a productive at-bat after B.J. Upton steals second base. Carlos pulls one over to the right side and allows B.J. to get over to third with just one out. Winning run 90 feet away.
Now the hitter will be Ben Zobrist.
Can't imagine Ben's going to see anything.
The leadoff walk to Upton. He winds up at third after stealing second. Moves to third on the ground ball to the right side. An intentional walk to be served to Zobrist. So it sets up men at first and third, and would give Seattle a double play possibility. Brooks Conrad on deck. He entered the game in the 8th as a pinch hitter. So for Zobrist, this will be his second walk of the night. He had drawn a leadoff walk in the 8th when Conrad was called upon to pinch hit for Joyce, and Conrad grounded into a 3-6-1 double play. Now Zobrist walked intentionally here in the 10th to set up a potential double play scenario.
Yeah, the question is, do they pitch to Conrad? Just load him up so you've got an opportunity at any base. This is the ball game here.
Keppinger follows Conrad, and they do have a right-hander up in the bullpen.
I'm sure that's exactly what they're going to do. I mean, the runner at first, the runner at second, it's not going to mean a thing. So set yourself up to be able to get a double play at any base, but they're going to pitch to Conrad.
Yep. Conrad in here from the right side against Litke. And the pitch is outside. Ball, no strikes. Ball, no strikes. And a line shot foul. On the play. The count is 1-1. Conrad 5 of 14 this year with men in scoring position. First and third, bottom of the 10th now. Tied 3-3. The 1-1. And here's the bunt, and it's down and in. It squared the bunt, took the pitch. 2 balls and a strike. We'll take another look at Tom Foley. Batting gloves for Brooks Conrad. Dirt is all you need. 2 balls and a strike. And he fouls it back. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, if you're looking for a pitch to be able to get the ball into the outfield, that was it. Breaking ball that hung up there around the belt.
So Litke has gone 2-2 with Conrad. And the pitch. He strikes him out. The left-hander Litke gets a big strikeout on a 2-2 slider.
And unfortunately, that's what ends up happening. The previous pitch was your chance. You foul that off, and then all of a sudden Litke gets nasty with that breaking ball. Swing and a miss.
But now Jeff Keppinger. Keppinger, 1 of 4 on the night. And here comes Eric Wedge. He has the right-hander ready in the bullpen. And he's going to go that way. So he got the strikeout from Litke on the switch hitter Conrad for the second out. Now with Keppinger due, pitching change coming, and we'll be right back. Runners are tied 3-3. Runners at first and third with 2 outs. Jeff Keppinger due up. You can see him alongside Hideki Matsui. And the new pitcher is Josh Kinney. Kinney was signed by the Mariners as a minor league free agent last December. Kinney, 33 years old. He's had limited major league time. And you can see the breakout here, 286 against righties, 333 against lefties. Was in 13 games with the White Sox last year. So very limited time with the Cardinals and a couple other seasons. Otherwise, his time has been spent in the minor leagues, and he gets the call here to face Jeff Keppinger.
Well, Jeff Keppinger, one of those hitters that's very good at staying inside the baseball, not afraid to take the ball to right field. Perfect opportunity here just to stay short and sweet, just try to pepper something into the outfield, walk out of here a winner.
Well, he drove in a run with a base hit back in the 6th on a deflection off the glove of Seager. First pitch, and it's too high, and down to second without a play goes Ben Zobrist. Second and third now. 1-0 the count. Pitch is high. 2-0. Two balls, no strikes. And there is ball 3. Slider, 3-0. Luke Scott's spot is due next. Should we get that far. Matsui is on deck. Three and 0 the count. And ball 4. Keppinger walks on 4 pitches. So the bases will be loaded, and Matsui will hit. Luke Scott, the DH, had occupied that spot and had gone 1 for 4 tonight. So no word on Scott, but Matsui will hit for him here in the bottom of the 10th.
Yeah, and that's the only reason that you wonder is because I don't think that you would do this move straight up, Matsui for Luke Scott. It's not like really either one of them have any history off Kenny.
In fact, Scott's the only guy on this club that's ever faced Kenny. It was 0 for 1 against him.
Yeah, you wonder what's going on with Luke.
Matsui goes after the first pitch and lets the fly ball into left. Aguero makes the catch, and the Rays leave the bases loaded in the 10th. We're still tied 3-3. Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Rays missing an opportunity to end this game in the bottom of the 10th. Leave the bases loaded. Now we go to the 11th. Kyle Farnsworth is the new pitcher, following Shields, Peralta, and Rodney.
Well, on for the 7th time. Kyle Farnsworth here in the top of the 11th inning.
He'll face Casper Wells. And Jaso and Montero due up. Wells doubled in the first run of the game back in the top half of the first. Farnsworth misses upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Farnsworth worked 2/3 of an inning Wednesday in the Cleveland series. It's a hot shot and foul. Count is 1-1. Farnsworth took the loss in that 10-6 decision. Swing and a miss. Ball, 2 strikes. a miss. Well, that fastball had a little something extra. That might have been the best velocity we've seen from Farnsworth. He came in with the high, hard stuff there.
Watch him right here run this fastball up in the zone away from Casper Wells, and just about impossible to get on top of that. And it's 96.
John Jaso. Pitch is too low. Jaso has been on twice, hit by a pitch his first time, walked his last time up. Officially nothing out of 2, and he's ahead in the count 2-0. A high fly ball to center. B.J. Upton is under this one, making the catch. 2 outs here in the 11th inning. Seattle scored in the first, got a run. Rays got 2 in the 6th, Seattle 2 in the 7th, and the Rays tied it with a run in the bottom of the 7th. That made it 3-3, and that's where we are in the top of the 11th. Montero 0 for 4, and he drives this one to center field. That's got some carry to it, but Upton on the track is back to make the catch to retire the side. A long third out, but Upton tracked it down. Bottom of the 11th coming, 3-3 tie. Seattle struck for a run in the first on a double by Casper Wells, chasing home Ichiro. The Rays got 2 in the 6th, 1 on a home run by Upton. Jeff Keppinger's base hit scored Ben Zobrist to make it 2-1. But a 2-run home run by Carlos Peguero in the 7th inning gave Seattle a brief 3-2 lead before the Rays tied it with a run in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Upton's base hit scored Jennings. So we're tied 3-3, headed into the bottom of the 11th inning. The Rays will have Desmond Jennings to lead off, then Lobatone, followed by Johnson due here. And the wild card, Detroit has won, Baltimore won. Baltimore started a half game back of Detroit, still a half game back. Oakland started a half game back. The Rays a game back. Red Sox started a game back. They've lost. Cleveland started a game and a half back, and they've lost. And the pitch to Desmond Jennings is inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Desmond doubled and scored in the 7th. pitch is a strike. 1-1. Slowed away. 2-1. Kenny came on in the 10th inning and walked Keppinger on 4 pitches to load the bases, and then got Matsui and went after the first pitch, and he hit a fly ball to left to end that threat. Now 2-1 to count to Desmond Jennings, and there's ball 3. So Kenny has made 9 pitches in this game and 7 non-strikes.
Love the idea here of a 3-1 count with Desmond Jennings. If a pitch is thrown out over the plate, he can get aggressive with the swing. If not, take your walk and get that speed down there at first base.
And he takes ball 4. Kenny walks Jennings. We'll get Jose up there with speed at first and Jennings. So the Rays, for the second consecutive inning, draw a leadoff walk. Lobaton pinch hit in the 9th inning and lined a single into center. And the bunt, that's going to be a foul ball. Back foul. The start off first by Jennings, and he saw the bunt was popped up and he stopped. He wasn't sure if there was going to be a play on that one or not.
Well, Kenny came flying off the mound, going to try to make a play on that. When he realized he wasn't going to be able to catch it, he wisely pulled up. See if that ball was going to roll foul, and it did. There you go. Watch the pop off the mound. Try to make that play, and then, oh, I can't. Yeah, let it go.
A strike to count to Lobaton. First, Jennings back in. Desmond 16 out of 17 in straight steals this year. Over to first again. Jennings back in there. Starting to stop by Jennings, and the pitch is a ball. 1-1.
Starting to time him up a little bit, seeing what kind of jump you're going to get. We've seen Rays base runners do that in the past. Seen Elliott Johnson do that. Make a false start like that. I feel like they've got him timed up, and then they take off for real.
Jennings out there with his lead. He draws the peg back in.
Yeah, and you would figure after a start like that, and if Kenny didn't see it, the entire Seattle Mariner dugout did, and then Eric Wedge will put the call on. You're going to throw over.
One and one to count. Jennings starts and stops again, and there's ball 2. A hurried delivery by Kenny. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, that's what you hope to do. You get Kenny worried about Desmond Jennings. You get a rush delivery, you get pitches out of the zone, you may get one elevated in the zone that can be driven.
The 2-1, he's going this time, and a swing and a foul ball. I think he made just a little contact or not. That might have been a straight swing and a miss, and apparently it was a swing and a miss.
Yeah, that ball was
no
off the
contact
plate
at all.
No, he whiffed it. It was on the transfer right here. You see that underneath the glove and then coming out quick. Cannot find the handle.
So a steal for Jennings, his 17th in 18 attempts. So the Rays again have a man in scoring position here in extra innings. 2-2 the count to Lobato. And a swing and a miss on a slider biting down and in. So Lobato strikes out.
Now that was a nasty pitch there from Kinney. Gonna throw that slider from that low arm angle, get the sweeping action with 2 strikes. Lobato tries to go down and get it, misses it by plenty.
Well, here is Elliott Johnson. He's had 1 walk-off in extra innings against the Mariners this year. A chance to do it again. The right-hander's delivery into Elliott Johnson. He sends a pop fly into center. Wells is there and makes the catch. 2 outs with Jennings still at second base. So 2 outs, a man on second, and B.J. Upton, who has homered, singled, and walked in his last 3 plate appearances, will be up here. B.J. hit a solo home run in the 6th inning and then drove in a run with a base hit, an infield hit in the 7th. Kenny's pitch. Upton hits it on the ground to short. Ryan up with it. The throw to first in time, and the Rays are retired in the 11th after putting the leadoff man on base. No runs with a man left. On to the 12th. 3-3 tie. Game moves into the 12th inning from Tropicana Field tonight. Rays and the Mariners are tied 3-3. JP on for the 36th time, 1-0 with a .355 earned run mark. And he'll face Kyle Seager. Getting out of the 6th spot in Eric Wedge's lineup. Seager has been on a walk, a base hit, and an error. JP throws him a fastball up a bit. 1 ball and no strikes. There's 1-1. Up the right side, that's foul. Ball, 2 strikes. Game has been tied since the 7th. The Rays had a couple opportunities in the 10th and the 11th. Well, Farnsworth pitched a perfect 11th. Now it's 2-2 here. Like Seager. Shields worked 7 2/3, gave up 3. Peralta 3rd. Rodney 2 scoreless innings. Farnsworth made just 7 pitches and had a 1-2-3-11. 2-2. JP goes all the way to 3-2 now on Seager.
Well, the one thing that we've seen from JP Howell in this recent string of success is a very consistent curveball. Fastball's been good to both sides. Some late movement on that pitch. The curveball much more consistent. Those last 2, he yanked that first one to go to 2-2. Tried to make the adjustment, left the next one up.
And a 1-hopper glove there by Conrad at second, and the throw to first in time. And a nice play by Brooks Conrad on the ball off the bat of Seager.
Now you got to make that backhand on a ball that's sharply hit. It's going to bounce up. There's a great look at it. Breaking ball. Nice play there by Conrad. Then braces himself to be able to get up, spin, and throw.
Justin Smoke will turn around to hit right-handed now. The pitch is off the plate, a bit inside, 1-0. Bounces it foul. 1-1. Smoke from the left side, 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts tonight. And he lifts the fly ball toward left. Desmond Jennings makes the catch. Ground ball and a fly ball, 2 up, 2 down. The left-handed hitting Carlos Peguero on his way to the plate. Peguero hit a 2-run home run off Shields in the 7th inning, counting for the 2nd and 3rd runs of the game for Seattle, and lifts a high fly ball to left, and that's caught by Jennings. So a 1-2-3 inning for J.P. Howell. We're headed into the bottom of the 12th, tied 3-3.
All knotted up at 3, just like the first game of this series between the Rays and the Mariners. That went 12 innings. Some other scores from around the league include Toronto beating Boston 6-1. Aaron Laffey with 7 shutout innings in that game. Detroit 4-2 over the White Sox. The Tigers now within a half game of first place behind the White Sox in the AL Central. Baltimore 10-2 over Cleveland as Jim Thome hits his 610th career home run, now in 7th place all time. And the A's have an early run against the Yankees, 1-0 in the 4th. We'll update that Yankees score for you in our Rays Live postgame show, guys.
Full-fledged postgame coming up.
Can't wait.
We're in the bottom of the 12th. Meantime, Rays tied with Seattle, 3-3. Josh Kinney on the hill. Carlos Pena about to step into the batter's box. Pena 0 for 4 with a walk in this game. And the first pitch, check swing, hopper back to the mound. And Kinney's throw to first. 1 pitch and 1 out.
Unfortunate turn of events there. Carlos Pena trying to hold up on that swing. Couldn't do it. And then to make matters worse, that ball's put in play.
Well, here's Ben Zobrist. Ben 2 for 3 with a couple walks. One of those an intentional walk. Pitch to him is a strike. Rays have out-hit Seattle 9-4. Committed 3 errors. The Mariners none. And the game is tied 3-3. One and one. Kuma started the game, worked 6th, then Delabar, Perez, League, Litke, and now Kinney. And it's a 1-2 count.
Taking that slider down and in, just catching that inside corner down there at the knees.
Two, and that hit him. Zobrist hit by the pitch. So he'll head to first.
Well, trying to come back with that slider and trying to wrap it back foot. Well, he got the back foot all right. See right here, Ben Zobrist all wrapping in.
So Zobrist takes over at first. 1 on with 1 out. Coach Conrad. Conrad 0 for 2. Centered the game as a pinch hitter in the 8th, grounding into a double play started by first baseman Smoke. Struck out swinging in the 10th. First, Zobrist back in. Kinney came on to face Keppinger in the 10th inning. Walked 2 and has hit a man. He's picked up a strikeout. The pitch is a strike. toss to first on Zobrist. Rays had the bases loaded in the 10th inning, left them that way. They left a man at second in the 11th. So they've had some men in scoring position since this game moved into extra innings. Pitch is outside. It's 1-1. Kinney facing his 9th batter since entering this game. Strike around the knees. Slider found the zone. Now 1-2. First again on Zobrist, who's back in there.
We're keeping a close eye on Ben here with 1 out. An idea that he may go try to get himself into scoring position. Get a 1-2 count now. This is a count that Kinney may indeed decide to come with an off-speed pitch, easier to run on.
And 11 stolen bases. He's been caught 8 times. He's caught. Got a good jump on a breaking ball, and there's no throw. So he steals second base. Curveball up.
Well, good jump there off Kinney, and again picking that right pitch, a 1-2 count. A pretty good assumption there. He's going to come with an off speed, and he did. And Ben's now out in scoring position.
The Rays have stolen 3 bases in the last 3 innings. Zobrist in scoring position for Conrad, and the count is 2-2. This is the 5th extra inning game of the year for the Rays. Their first since June the 16th, when they dropped the game to Miami in 15 innings, 4-3. Conrad is out on strikes. The slider got him. So for the 2nd straight time, Conrad strikes out on a slider. 2 outs with a runner at second. Let's check in with Todd here for an update.
Yeah, Dwayne, we do have an update on Luke Scott. He did leave the game when he was pinch hit for by Hideki Matsui with right mid back tightness. Right mid back tightness on Luke Scott. Guys, back to you.
His back tightens up on him, and he left in favor of Matsui, who pinch hit and hit a fly ball to left to end that inning. Jeff Keppinger's going to be the hitter. Ryan talking with the pitcher Kinney, and Ryan Runge, the plate umpire, hastens them to move things along. Here's Keppinger. Pitch low and outside. Opening slider. The Rays hoping Keppinger can make contact and find a hole. He's a good contact man up there. And a base hit and a run batted in the 6th. He walked in the 10th. And the pitch. It's low. Steady diet with that slider, and the count is 2-0. 2-0 the count. And Keppinger takes this one. Another slider. 3-0.
Be very careful here with Jeff Keppinger. In fact, has Kenny thrown him a strike? Maybe one?
No, he walked him on 4 pitches in the 10th.
0 for 7.
3-0 with him here in the 12th. Keppinger takes that one for a strike.
And then almost did a pirouette on the heater. He's real excited about that one.
3-1 the count. And he misses. Going outside with another slider. First and second. 2 outs, and Matsui, who was up there with the bases loaded in the 10th and went after the first pitch. Sky to left. Will get an opportunity in the 12th.
A little shot at redemption here for Matsui. Once again, a chance to send the Rays home winners. It's been a rough stretch here for Hideki Matsui, and boy, he would love to come through in this spot right here, right now.
He's always loved that first pitch. 2 men on, 2 men out. And he takes it this time, and it's down. 1 ball, no strikes. Kenny, 6th pitcher. Keppinger first and Zober second. And it's ball 2 down and in. Another slider. Kenny has made 34 pitches and 20 have been out of the strike zone. 14 strikes and 20 non-strikes. The Rays have not scored off him.
He's made those 14 strikes count.
Two and 0. Swing and a foul ball at the feet of Montero. Two and 1. Getting ready with the 2-1 pitch. On its way, and Matsui fouls it down the third base side.
Right off the end of the bat, little cue shot there from Matsui. That breaking ball staying away from him. He's pulling off just a little bit. Squirts a foul.
Two and 2. Here it is. And Matsui goes down swinging. Slider got him. And the Rays leave 2 men here in the 12th. On to the 13th. Still tied.
Whatever. Yes. I mean, what do you expect going into the top of the 13th? Yo, baby.
It just gets better.
Does he know that he's on?
He does now. J.P. Howell, who pitched a perfect 12, is out here to work the 13th.
I couldn't believe that he was dateless.
Yeah, really. Ooh, those moves. Well, here's Brandon Ryan. He's going to lead off the 13th. JP's pitch. And that's in there for a strike. Ryan 0 for 4. This one 0-2.
Oh, that's that action on that fastball they were talking about with JP.
Yeah, JP's had a great run going, and that's the reason.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know that finish on those pitches and the curveball, that's what it's all about right there.
There it is, a wave and a miss. That's vintage J.P. Howell.
Yeah, and you know he's coming back from that shoulder injury. Sometimes it can take a while. He's finally built up that consistency, and he's getting great finish on all of his pitches: the curveball, the changeup, and the fastball. This being the changeup. See how that ball just takes off away from Ryan, and his bat's not long enough to get out there. Start the swing. Look at that take off.
Justin Ackley takes a strike. You know, when J.P. Howell is healthy and pitching at his best, it's hard for him to throw a pitch that stays straight.
Look at those last two fastballs. I mean, both of them absolutely painted on the outside corner. Actually, both of them started off the plate. Little sinking action takes it back to the outside corner. Just dotting it up right now.
And Ackley went around. He's out on strikes.
And you're right. With his arm action and being a lefty, everything's got some sort of movement to it. This little curveball here, and Ackley goes a little bit too far. Nice job by Lobaton getting out there to block that, too. That could have easily squirted to the backstop, and maybe Ackley's on base. Two quick outs here in the 13th.
Here's Ichiro. And there's a strike. Breaking ball, and Ichiro stopping there in the midst of his approach. And that's a fastball that missed. It's 1-1. Ichiro scored the first run of this game back in the first inning. There's the strike. It's now 1-2. Rays pitching with 15 strikeouts tonight. Playing the 13th inning.
On a Friday.
And a Tapper foul. Holding the count at 1-2. Ichiro wasn't sure where that ball was. Headed back toward the on-deck circle, but he was taking off nevertheless.
He knew there was contact. Figure out where it is later.
One hopper headed to short. Elliott Johnson still to first. Ichiro is out of there. We got to the bottom of the 13th. We're tied 3-3. 13th opening game of this series, and a birthday being observed here, and it's not too much left of it though.
No, he's got a half hour left, and the birthday wish is to end this thing before midnight.
Tom Wilhelmsen is the new pitcher. Kenny worked 2 1/3. And Desmond Jennings leads it off. Fouls it back. That's a strike. Wilhelmsen can get the ball up there in a hurry. That first pitch was 98.
46 in the third innings, 54 strikeouts, and a 2.11 average against. Good numbers up and down there for Wilhelmsen.
And down to third, fair, with Seager guarding the line, and he makes the play and the throw to first.
How about Kyle Seager making that bare hand play up the line, turning to make sure it was ruled fair, and then turn and make the throw. Look at that. No doubles or what? Okay, what is it? Fair? It is? Okay.
So one away, and Jose Lobaton in here against Wilhelmsen. That's a strike. Liner into center field. Wells is there, however, and makes the catch. Lobaton making contact with the fastball. 2 outs. And Elliott Johnson is on his way to the plate. Pitch is a ball. The Rays in extra innings have had some threats, but no hits. There's a liner into right. Ichiro coming on to make the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 13th on to inning number 14. 3-3 ball game. Says let's go to the hop. Bert Badenhop is the new pitcher for the Rays. Their 6th of the night. 2 very good innings for J.P. Howell. 2 perfect innings for J.P. And he picked up a couple strikeouts along the way. 2 of the 15 strikeouts for Rays pitching, and there's Badenhop. Going to face Casper Wells to open the inning. Seattle with 4 hits, all of those off Shields. Shields actually gave up the cycle tonight. He gave up a home run, a triple, a double, and a single. Walked 2 and struck out 10 in 7 2/3. And the first pitch is a strike to Wells. Wells, the Seattle center fielder. Badenhop comes in with strike 2. So that's strikeout number 16 for Rays pitching.
How about for efficiency? Fastball down and away, and then slider right off of that. Tracking off the plate. Wells chases. Great sequence there by Badenhop.
And now John Jaso. The Rays have used all their extra guys. A base hit for Jaso into center field. So the Mariners pick up their first hit since the home run by Vergaro, 1 out into the 7th inning. They pick up another hit here in the 14th. It's the first hit surrendered by the bullpen tonight. Jesus Montero. With Badenhop in the game, the Rays have used the entire bullpen except for Davis and McGee, and Jake McGee is up right now. Pitch is down. 1 ball, no strikes. Foul. It's 1-1. The Mariners have Sean Kelly left in their bullpen, and a full complement of extra players on the bench. It's lonely down there in the bullpen for the Mariners, and fairly lonely up the right side of the Rays bullpen. Just a couple arms left there. One of them busy. 2-1 the count. Long one, but foul. Count is 2-2 on Montero. Wells struck out. Jaso single. Montero up here. Seager is on deck. Now the count is full, 3-2. For the first, Jaso's back in. 3 runs, 9 hits, 3 errors for the Rays. The Rays have stranded 12. It's now 3-5-0 for Seattle. 3-2. Runner takes off, and there's ball 4. Jaso heads into second. Moves up on the walk to Montero. And Joe Madden comes out of the dugout. And the left-handed bat of Seager due up. And he wants to change the matchup. Jake McGee's going to get the call. We'll be back with the new Rays pitcher in a moment. Opening game of this 3-game series against the Mariners. Game has been tied since the bottom of the 7th inning, and Jake McGee will come on in the 14th with 2 men on and 1 out.
Going to come in to face Kyle Seager here. He's on for the 43rd time. 37 strikeouts, 31 in the 3rd innings. Got a couple of runners aboard here with 1 out.
It's McGee against Seager. Seager 0 for 1 lifetime against Jake. The fastball is fouled straight back. McGee comes in firing, and Seager comes out swinging here in the 14th inning of this at bat.
Yeah, there's no time to, guys are tired of it. Let's go. You throw it out over the plate, I'm going to swing. Cole kind of ran in a little bit on Seager. He also sees a couple runners on base, including John Jaso out there in scoring position. Trying to be a hero.
The 0-1 going away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, this is really the first opportunity the Mariners have had since this game moved into extra innings. Bureau hit that home run in the 7th, and since then they had not collected a hit until the 14th. Neither had they put anybody into scoring position. Check swing on that pitch coming in on him at 95. And it's a foul ball to run the count to 1-2. Top of the 14th. In the 6th inning, the Yankees and the A's in Oakland right now. 6th inning in Oakland. We're still going strong. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fouled back on a 98-mile-per-hour fastball. To the mound. He took over behind the plate after he pinch hit for Molina in the bottom of the 9th inning. He got him with a slider at 86.
Here it is. Ball down in the zone. Seager screaming at that bat, not happy at all.
17 strikeouts for Rays pitching and 31 combined in a Rays game. So 17, 10 for Shields, 2 for Rodney, 1 for Farnsworth, 2 for Howe, 1 for Badenhop, 1 for McGee. First pitch to Smoke is exactly that at 96. Smoking fastball. 1 strike to count. And that's a strike on the outside corner. Well located with that fastball.
Yeah, and if he can continue to hit that spot, I don't think there's anything that Justin Smoke can do about it. Great pitch and great location.
Strikes the count. Here we go. And close. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He tried. Jake tried to go right back out there. That may have been just a little down. Good shot.
Toward right center. Zobrist is there, and that retires the side. No runs, a hit, 2 left. Bottom of the 14th coming, still tied 3-3.
My man put on quite a show. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that acknowledgement.
And no extra service charge.
Yep, no sweat either.
Well, tomorrow's pitchers, well, we still have time to reference them as tomorrow's pitchers. Alex Cobb for the Rays. Jason Vargas on the hill for Seattle. Our coverage begins at 6:30 on Sun Sports in high definition. Alex looking for his 5th win of the year tomorrow night. Here, B.J. Upton will open the bottom of the 14th. Tom Wilhelmsen on the mound, and the pitch. Upton swings and he misses. Strike 1. Breaking ball. B.J. homered in the 6th, singled in a run in the 7th. Walked and swiped the base in the 10th, but was left on in that inning. trying to end it there. A big cut to miss at the fastball. 97 from Wilhelmsen. Taps it foul. So it's Upton, Pena, and Zobrist due up. Rays in the 14th, their longest game this year in terms of innings, 15 against Miami back on June the 16th, and Upton is out on strikes.
Well, Wilhelmsen just continues to show plus stuff. That fastball at 98 miles an hour. We've seen the sharp breaking ball. Tough customer coming out of the Seattle Mariner bullpen. There's a good look at that. Just too much heat.
Well, 17 strikeouts for Rays pitching, 14 strikeouts for Mariner pitching. And here it is, Carlos Pena against the hard-throwing right-hander. Pena takes a strike. And pops it foul. It's going to carry out a play. 2 strikes. The 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 7 pitchers for the Mariners. 7 pitchers for the Rays. The 1-2. For Pena, a check on the pitch down and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Marvin Hudson down there. 7 minutes left in his birthday party. Two balls, 2 strikes. Fouls this one the other way, out of play. Two balls, 2 strikes. There's a shot into right, and it will drop in and skip past Ichiro. Pena makes the turn and holds as Ichiro makes a quick recovery. And Carlos Pena is on with a base hit. Hope renewed by the Rays here as Pena picks up hit number 10.
Able to drop that right in front of Suzuki out there in right field. He keeps it close enough to keep Carlos at first base.
Here's Ben Zobrist. He pitches a ball to Zobrist. Reached his last time, hit by a pitch. Been on base 5 times tonight. And shoots it fair up the right field side. Pena around second on his way to third. Ichiro with the pickup. Foley's going to send Pena to the plate. And the throw is not in time, and the Rays win it. Pena scores. Zobrist took it up the right field line. Pena scores the winning run to end this one in 14 innings. The Rays are winners 4-3 in game 1 of this series. It's going to be a double for Zobrist. Zobrist provides the game-winning hit, driving home Pena all the way from first. Look at tonight's Miller Lite Taste Greatness moment. And here it is, the game winner.
Well, the ball runs in on Ben. He's able to get the barrel to it, get it down the line. Carlos obviously hustling the whole way, and Suzuki here just airmails his throw. No cutoff man come into play. It rolls all the way to Montero, who then makes an effort to try to get Carlos Pena, but he gets the left leg in there, and the ball game's over.
Ryan Runge on top the call at the plate. And the Rays complete the extra inning game. McGee will get the win. He's 3-2. Wilhelmsen, the losing pitcher, he is 3-2. Let's go to the field with Todd Callis and Ben Zobrist.
Dwayne, thanks, Ben. Quite a night. You reached base 6 different times. When a game goes that long, does it become a mental battle?
Yeah, it sure is. I'm just thankful that we were able to pull it out. We were talking in the outfield out there. We just wanted to do it as soon as possible, get back into the clubhouse, and we're excited we got out of it with a W.
When you see that ball go by first base, are you obviously you're getting to second, but do you see Carlos? Do you see the play unfold in front of you?
Yeah, I was watching him. I saw Foley. I honestly didn't think he was going to wave him in. Thanks to Foley, he was bold on that move right there, and Carlos was really hustling. So, that's how you get wins, is through hustling, even in the 14th inning.
Getting on base as much as you did today, do you feel like you saw every pitch pretty well, like you've been in that same zone the last few weeks?
Yeah, I felt pretty comfortable in there, pretty balanced, and trying not to do too much. Just working on things like that on a daily basis, and just very thankful to God.
You guys play 14 innings. Your pitchers allow 5 hits. Obviously, they're the reason you were able to continue this game so long.
Yeah, those guys just up and down just did a phenomenal job. Even Jake coming in and shutting the door there at the end. Shields pitched a great game for us and kept us in it throughout the game. And everybody, all the relief pitchers did a great job for us.
Final thing, Ben, I know it's been a long homestand. Even with that, and you've got family obligations, you were able to spend time yesterday after the game with your dugout club. And I know a lot of guys might not have had that extra time, but you made sure you gave it to them.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. We played our game, into the 9th inning, I think, yesterday. And we had one guy had a walk-off home run. So, it's exciting to get a walk-off today, too.
All right, congratulations, Ben.
All right, thanks.
All right, guys, back to you.
All right, Todd, took 4 hours and 46 minutes to play it. In 14 innings, the Rays are winners over Seattle, 4-3, and the game-winning hit provided by Ben Zobrist. Same 2 teams tomorrow. Game 2 of this series. We'll be with you at 6:30. For Brian Anderson and Todd Callis, Dwayne Stats, hope you've enjoyed the telecast. Rays are winners tonight. We'll see you next on Rays Live, the postgame.